Holiday and good morning. Thank you everyone for being here with us today. Today's date is June 24, 2026. Can we get the volume up? There you go. Thank you. Again, Holiday and good morning everybody. Thank you for being here today with us. Today's date is June 24, 2026. This morning's oversight hearing held by the Committee on Education, Libraries, and Public Broadcasting is called to order. The time is now 9:02 a.m. Before we begin, there's some housekeeping matters we'll briefly discuss so we can get right to work. The first notice of his oversight hearing was disseminated to all senators and media outlets on June 16, 2026, with its second notice disseminated on June 22, 2026. Notices of this hearing was also made available on Candid News Group, the Guam Legislature's website, our legislative calendar, and the Government of Guam's public notice portal. Today's oversight hearing is being broadcast live on Guam Legislature YouTube channel, and the transcript will be filed with the Committee on Rules and made available on the Guam Legislature's website. Today, our committee will hear the following agenda regarding the Guam Department of Education and the Guam Education Board that will focus on school closure, consolidation, and decommissioning plans, school year 2026-2027 reopening plan, facility maintenance and school readiness, SPED services, JP Torres Success Academy closure, transition from former Superintendent Swanson to Dr. Wampat, GDOE financial status, FY 2027 budget, and Bill number 266-38. We'll also discuss the status of the GDOE management audit and then public communication and restoration of public trust. At this time, I'd like to welcome my colleagues who are joining us this morning, Senator Sean Gumatautau, Senator Joseph Augustine, Senator Chris Barnett, and Senator Tello Taitigui. This was supposed to be also with the finance person who may not be here because he had a personal matter. Senator joined us, so he may or may not join us, depending. Now, since we have gotten the housekeeping matters out of the way, if we could get the Sergeant at Arms to swear in the panel, please. And anybody that will be testifying to Dr. Guthertz, will you be joining us? Yeah, can we just get you guys to swear in just in case we need you guys to?
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, you affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. Oops, I forgot this. Before we begin, I'd also like to remind everybody in attendance of Legislature Guahan's General Rules of Conduct. Individuals testifying shall be first recognized by the chairperson before speaking and shall state their full name for the record. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance or nature of today's agenda. Personal inferences to the character or motive of any senator or individual testifying is not permitted. Pursuant to Section 11.07 of the 38 Guam Legislature Standing Rules, a chairperson may order the removal from a hearing of a committee or subcommittee of any person who is not a member of the Legislature Guam and who fails to observe proper decorum. Any violation to this general rule of conduct will result in the immediate removal from this public hearing room. And so before we begin, I'll go ahead and do my opening remarks, and then we'll open it up for the board and the GDOE to present. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Wampak, Dr. Guthertz, members of the board, GED management team, mayors, thank you for joining us today, and those in attendance. Before we begin, I'll have a few opening remarks. Today, and thank you for being here. We meet at a hard moment for our public schools. Our students, our teachers, families, and our village communities are looking to this body and to the GDOE leadership for the same thing: clarity, competence, and a plan they can believe in for the 2026-27 school year and beyond. To be clear, and I say this with respect, and why we're here, this is not about owing any of us an explanation. We're here because the community and your own stakeholders has asked us to be here. This is not one complaint, and it doesn't matter how it got here, but we've had many people who have taken the time to call a senator or two or three raising the same concerns. We hold this oversight today not to put anybody on trial, but because we owe it to them to listen and to carry their voices into this room, we ask that you meet them with the same openness. Over the past 2 months, the committee and the legislature have received a series of shifting explanations about GDOE's finances, the use of funds, prior commitments, and the department's internal controls. We have also watched major operational decisions move forward, school closures being considered, and student transitions in a way that have raised real questions about the planning, communication, and whether the management and the board work from the same page. In late April, the superintendent came before the legislature and testified in support of Bill 309, now Public Law 38-132. The department identified roughly $77 million in available funds and framed that the legislation as urgently needed for critical repairs, storm recovery, and essential operations. 2 weeks later, that law was passed. 7 weeks after that, we were told that there was not $77 million, it was possibly $74 million, and then we also learned that $26 million in prior commitments had already been made. And then we also learned that $2.2 million was spent between October and December of 2025 before the new superintendent took office, and she didn't know about it until May 19, and then we learned that another $4.2 million was spent from January through June under the current administration, with those commitments attributed to the prior leadership. The other issue that we're here today to address as well is the millions of dollars owed to vendors, with interest adding up. That too is being placed on the prior administration. Let's be straight about this. Blaming the prior administration may have been fair on day one, but it's not fair several months in, or even 6 months in, when the management team is the one who is now making the decisions not to pay vendors, not to seek continuity, and to manage and didn't manage an orderly transition. The June 15 letter does not reconcile with the April 28 testimony, and the explanation keeps moving. The numbers keep changing on how we were spending money, how we were never told, and the deduction for commitments were told predate the administration, and the people of Guam continue to hear a different figure every time. We cannot continue to keep treating public funds as if the wall is bottomless, and we cannot let the prior administration be used as a shield against accountability for decisions that has been made within the last 6 months, including the decision to leave many vendors unpaid while interest grows. So today the question is, did GDOE leadership give the legislature incomplete or misleading information, whether in the April 28 testimony or the June 15 letter, and why we continue to sit and accrue interest rather than work towards a orderly transition? Transition accountability. Dr. Wampa, when you assumed the role in January 1, 2026, we understand that you inherited an organization managing, at the time, you reported a $74 million fund that already had been spent 3 months prior. The points to the serious breakdown in how this transition was handled when you took office, the outgoing administration and the board carry a responsibility to ensure that a smooth transition and accounting to include pending obligations, outstanding commitments, the real cash position, and every unresolved issue. If that didn't happen, then we're hoping to hear why that did not, and the community deserves to know. Beyond the finances, we're also hearing from principals, teachers, parents. The mayors have even spoken up, and especially our community members, about what we've heard in regards to the uncertainty of the school year. We do know at least the board has made a commitment in your last board meeting to ensure that there were no school closures. So we'd also like to at least recognize that there is a commitment from the board that there will be no school closures in the next school year until there's data and information provided to the board. We also want to be clear about the accounting of the students previously served by the JP Torres Academy, Success Academy. Those are at-risk young people who depend on alternative education, credit recovery, and support services. We need to ensure that we can't allow them to fall through a gap created by a consolidation decision. And we want to know what continuity and where are we going from here. I'll close with why this matters. Our students are not just line items. They're young people in Estumbo, Jigo, Hagat, Maleso, in Alahan, Talafofo, and every village across this island. They depend on schools that are safe, educators who are supported, and leaders who can tell them what their future holds. Our family depend on a department that communicates clearly about enrollment, transportation, facility readiness, and services. Our teachers depend on a department that keeps its finances in order and honors its commitments. Our students deserve nothing less, our families deserve nothing less, and your employees deserve nothing less. Thank you. Before we have GDOE present, colleagues, before we begin questioning You'll each have 10 minutes to ask questions, and we ask that you reserve all questions until the presentation is completed so that GDOE has a full opportunity to deliver their presentation without interruption. Superintendent Wampat and Dr. Guthridge, you may proceed with your presentation. There will be follow-up as well, colleagues, after your 10 minutes, should you have any questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Before we begin with our presentation, I would like to defer with the chairwoman, Dr. Guthridge.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wampat and colleagues. And good morning, senators. We are very pleased to be here today. And I'd like to say that I support the comments of Senator Borja. We feel the same way. We want only the best for our students and our Guam Department of Education family. That is the first goal of the Board of Education, is to support our department, all of our employees, and the school children of Guam. Now, we are here today to answer many questions, and Senator Borja was kind enough to share some of the areas that he would like us to address today. We are prepared to do that. Our management team, led by our superintendent, will provide all the information you need regarding the operational aspects of the Guam Department of Education. At the same time, on behalf of the board, we are also here to assist in any way we can, and perhaps to familiarize you a little bit about how the board operates, how the board makes decisions, and what our primary areas of interest are at this time. We are seeing changes introduced into the department to assure more accountability, not just in terms of how funds are used, but in terms of how our employees meet their commitments to the organization and to the taxpayers. Some of these changes, as will be explained by our superintendent, may or may not be welcomed by employees, because they do require, for example, processing transactions within a certain period of time, because just like you, we want to make sure that the stakeholders that deal with the Department of Education don't have to get paid for their services. We want to make sure that our classrooms have the supplies and materials they need when they need them. We want to make sure we're getting value for the money that is spent on behalf of the Guam Department of Education. All that requires, in some cases, is a new approach to processing paperwork or electronic materials in order to respond in a timely manner. All of that requires accountability from employees at all levels of the department, whether line employees, supervisors, managers, deputy administrators, principals, deputy principals, all the way through the organization. None of these changes or improvements are intended to hurt anyone. They're dedicated to the same goals that many of you have expressed, not just recently, but for many years, that we have to do better at the Guam Department of Education. I can assure you that every single board member on the board has the same goal. We each are very independent in our thinking. We come to decisions during board meetings, not before board meetings, but during board meetings. And we act on those things we're responsible for when it's brought to the board and is part of our agenda. One thing I would like to clarify, if I may. Yes, there was a lot of discussion in the community and concerns regarding the status of schools and potential school closures. This process did not start with Dr. Wanpat. This is something that began earlier under our former superintendent, because we started experiencing low enrollment previously. It didn't just happen now. And the department actually worked very hard at that time to come up with an initial plan, if needed, to deal with the schools. And this legislature did respond, I think, quite positively in the sense that they established a legal mechanism to help the Department of Education deal with the issue of maybe having schools that we may not need at this particular time, what we could and could not do with them. You establish a group by law that's supposed to look at these matters and provide some assistance to the department. We do not want to close schools. The school board believes, and we've discussed it in our meetings, that we did close 2 schools, just earlier this year, and we feel that we really want to keep, as a board, our community schools with the communities they're in. And so we have made our position known. The superintendent came up with the same conclusion when she presented her findings and some of the data that she has collected on enrollments, on costs, and on personnel in terms of how do we handle this when we have under-enrollment, we have these infrastructure costs that we must meet, we have the salary costs, we have other things. And she provided her perspective. Having the data is very important, and I would say to you, I will bring this up at this point, I think we want to be supportive of our village schools. No one on the board wants to close a school because of the investment of parents, PTAs, the mayors, the students, the stakeholders of those schools. And I'll give you one example, and it stood out very straight to me and clearly to me when I thought about it. We received news about 3 weeks ago that one of our southern schools received 6-year accreditation renewal. 6 years is the maximum for the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. All of our schools are accredited, as you know. But the Inarahan School did a tremendous job preparing for their accreditation visiting team from the U.S. mainland. And that reinforced my belief that here you have a village school, doesn't matter if they have 10 students or 1,000 students, that was recognized nationally by one of the federally recognized accrediting bodies for meeting all the national standards for a school of that size, even with the smaller enrollment. And I said, we cannot allow a school like that to stop what they're doing. What they're doing, children are learning, and it's recognized by national accreditors. That, to me, was very important, and of course our colleagues on the board also recognize that. So the idea of closure of schools is not an option for us at this time. And frankly, I don't think it needs to be an option later if we're smart about it and we can develop partnerships and a joint usage of some of the space to accommodate community needs that could help the school maintain the facility even with lower enrollment. Yes, there's a financial consideration. And this legislature and our people want the Department of Education to be prudent in how it spends money. There's no way to ignore the fact that this trend of lower enrollment is going to occur and has occurred not just in the South, but in other parts of the island. And I would suggest to you also that in building new schools, we need to take that into consideration. What will the enrollment be? I'm sure Dr. Wanpat and her team are looking at the projected enrollment for our newest school, which we hope to see built soon, Simon Sanchez. Will it be as large an enrollment as it was 12 years ago, 5 years ago, this year? That will affect the cost of the school and looking at how big the school should be. And it might allow us to put in better amenities if we have an idea of exactly what the enrollment would be projected to be. If you look at the statistics on Guam, the birth rate is declining. Families are having less children. That's contributing to the smaller enrollments in our school. Of course, people have left the island also. And that trend started, during the pandemic. But nevertheless, the board has spoken. We were very clear. Dr. Wanpat supported our position, and we're moving forward. We're still going to do research to be responsible and to have a better idea of what we can do to maximize our funds based on the current data that we must collect in order to make our projections. It's very similar to you making your projections on the total revenue of the government of Guam for a fiscal year. We have to make our projections on enrollments, not just for 1 year, but for a future period of time, and make decisions on where the money should go in terms of the best use for our students and the school system. So, Senators, there's no difference in opinion in terms of the needs for improvement. We're committed to that. We're committing to work with all of our stakeholders. But our role is to act and take a position on matters that are brought to us when they're brought to us, when we have a vote. As you know, there are certain restrictions on board members. You cannot do certain things outside of a meeting. And at the last meeting we had, we made it very clear what our position was. So today, I'm here on behalf of the board to let you know we want to cooperate with the legislature and all of our elected officials. We really don't have any differences in terms of what our mutual goals are. How we get there may be a little different, but I'm very confident in the leadership of the Guam Department of Education. I'm very supportive, and the board is supportive of our employees. Our employees are doing wonderful things, not just in academics, but in introducing changes to improve the organization. And we're proud of our organization. And our commitment is to the people of Guam and to the children of Guam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Guthridge. Before we proceed, I want to recognize my colleague who joined us, Senator Jessie Luan. Thank you.
Good morning. Buenas and half a day. Senator Borja, Senator Gombat-Tautau, Senator San Agustin, Senator Taitagui, Senator Barnett, and Senator Lujan. There's a long list of what you've asked us to report to you, so I'm going to go right into it. And the individuals that I brought with me to assist in providing any information also are here with me. My deputy for finance is Franklin Leon Guerrero. For curriculum and instruction is Dr. Risa. For educational services and community learning is Jackie Kittigwa. And our chief auditor at the internal auditor's office. The very first thing you asked for was to actually discuss about the right sizing through school consolidation. So the GDOE Committee on Maximizing District Resources, and their acronym was CMDR, Task Force, has met with key management and presented the ongoing effort to assess district-wide enrollment trends, facility utilization, staffing patterns, and operational efficiencies to support data-driven recommendations for right-sizing in April of 2026. The task force was established by the former superintendent, Dr. Swanson, and spearheaded by Deputy Superintendent Joseph Sanchez in 2024 to evaluate opportunities for right-sizing schools to ensure the efficient use of district resources and facilities. The primary objectives of the initiatives were: 1, maximize full utilization of existing school facilities. 2, address declining student enrollment by optimizing class sizes and school capacity. 3, improve the allocation of human resources in response to teacher and staff vacancies. 4, reduce operational costs, including utilities and contractual services. 5, minimize the financial burden associated with maintaining underutilized facilities. 6, ensure compliance with the 14 points of adequate education. And 7, adhere to applicable collective bargaining agreements and personnel requirements. After reviewing the CMDR findings, it was determined that implementation of Phase 2, which includes a potential consolidation of selected elementary schools in southern Guam, cannot be responsibly completed for school year 26-27. Additional time is needed to conduct stakeholder engagement, validate data, and complete comprehensive analysis. The task force will also continue the maximization study and research for other options. The task force will continue to collect and analyze data to support further evaluation of school consolidation options. Current findings indicate that additional study remains warranted based on the following factors. 1, as stated earlier by our chair, is continued declines in birth rates and projected student enrollment, school facility capacity relative to current and projected enrollment, potential operational efficiencies and cost savings through consolidation, and opportunities to redirect limited resources towards student services, academic programs, and facility improvements. So on June 16, 2026, the matter was presented during the Guam Education Board monthly meeting, and board members provided the following guidance. 1, no public schools will be consolidated for school year 26-27. 2, continue the right-sizing study and further evaluate consolidation options. 3, complete and validate all supporting data and analysis. 4, conduct meetings with village mayors and other community leaders. 5, encourage parent organization and other stakeholders as part of the decision-making process. 6, present multiple options supported by data and research. 7, explore all feasible alternatives and their impacts on educational services. And 8, seek additional support from the Guam legislature and other partners to address educational and operational challenges. And the second question that you wanted answered was the reopening of our schools for this coming fiscal year, and I would like to ask Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services and Community Learning, Ms. Jackie Kiraguat, to make that presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent Wampet. Good morning, honorable senators. Really very honored to be with you and enlighten the reopening plan for school year 26-27. The status as of June 17, 2026. The Guam Department of Education continues to advance preparations for the opening of school year 26-27. Readiness efforts have been ongoing since the conclusion of the regular school year, with schools balancing end-of-year activities, graduation ceremonies, summer programming, staffing actions, and school opening preparations. The last day of instruction for students was May 20, 2026, and the final graduation ceremony was concluded on June 6, 2026. Since that time, schools and district office have been focused on enrollment verification, staffing, scheduling, facilities preparation, and operational readiness activities. In addition, the district continues to operate its summer school program through July 5th, 2026, requiring schools to simultaneously support summer learning opportunities while preparing campuses for the opening for school year 26-27. The key readiness indicators include student enrollment. The district-wide enrollment dropped from 21,817 students on June 10 to 21,600 students on June 17. This represents a decrease of 217 students. Enrollment figures continue to fluctuate as schools process registrations, withdrawals, transfers, and student record updates. So this is an ongoing numbers that we are monitoring on a weekly basis. With faculty vacancies, the district identified a total of 203 faculty vacancies. To address these shortages, 44 fully certified retired teachers, 45 full-time limited-term teachers, and 53 part-time limited-term teachers were hired, resulting in 142 positions filled. Despite these efforts, the Guam Department of Education continues to face a shortage of 57 faculty positions. Breakdown of the vacancies are 108 for middle and high schools, 95 elementary schools, and 37 special programs. For school aides, we have 346 school aides federally funded, 259 locally funded, total of 605 total school aides. Again, because recruitment and hiring and the upcoming job fair that's going to happen tomorrow, this will be a moving part. The readiness progress, despite ongoing summer school operations, schools have continued to make progress in staffing and operational readiness. Recruitment and hiring efforts have resulted in a reduction in teacher vacancies, while school administrators continue work on class assignments, master schedules, student schedules, facility preparations, and school opening communications. The district's ability to reduce vacancies while simultaneously operating summer programs demonstrate continued commitment to ensuring schools are prepared for students and families when classes resume. The areas of focus under the readiness to ensure that readiness is maintained and fulfilled before the opening of the school year 26-27, the district will continue to focus and monitor the following: filling remaining faculty vacancies and critical support staff positions, finalizing teacher assignments, master schedules, and student schedules, completing facility readiness activities and addressing outstanding maintenance concerns, finalizing school handbook and communication materials, professional development plan and orientation schedule, supporting schools as summer programs conclude on July 5th and transitioning resources toward school opening activities. GDOE continues working with DPW bus operation on bus schedules. And finally, a walkthrough that is currently being conducted at every school to support school readiness to be completed on or before July 10. As of June 17, the Guam Department of Education has demonstrated measurable progress towards school opening readiness. 12 faculty vacancies were filled by 12 positions from JP Torres Success Academy program, a savings of $1 million, a job fair that will be held on June 26 at Atacao Elementary School from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., as a continuous effort to recruit personnel. With the regular school year concluding on May 20th, graduation activities ending on June 6th, and summer school continuing through July 5th, schools are transitioning from the close of school year 25-26 while preparing for the opening of school year 26-27. Administrators and staff are balancing ongoing instructional responsibilities with critical readiness activities, including staffing, student scheduling, facility preparation, transportation planning, and stakeholder communication. Continued focus on these areas will be essential to ensure a smooth and successful start of the new school year across the district. Thank you.
For facilities maintenance and school readiness, this will be reported by our acting Deputy Superintendent of Accountability and Assessment, who is our DFAS, Franklin Leon Guerrero.
Good morning, Senator Borja, honorable senators. Thank you for this opportunity to provide information. On the question of facilities maintenance and school readiness, facilities and maintenance has been actively conducting inspections, re-inspections, corrective maintenance, emergency repairs, school hardening initiatives, and DPSS compliance work throughout GDOE campuses since January of 2026 when we first arrived. Significant manpower and resources have been redirected to support the opening and occupancy readiness of FB Leon Guerrero Middle School and Simon Sanchez High School and Tejan High School shared campus. As a result, several district-wide projects have experienced scheduling impacts, while critical safety and occupancy requirements remain in high priority. They remain the highest priority. Current district priorities. Number one, we're out to achieve zero demerits, 100% passing on the DPSS compliance for FB Leon Guerrero Phase 1 inspection. We had an agreement with Public Health to inspect FB Leon Guerrero in phases, rather than try to inspect the school at the very end when all the refurbishment is completed. The potential for a oops here or oops there is increased. Public Health has agreed as we finish different wings, we can call that a phase, and they'll come out. And if there is any finding, they'll allow us to make the corrections while we're getting in line to do the new inspection. So this is a plan to help us get through all the inspection requirements, and hopefully by the time the last inspection is done, all of any potential demerits would have been corrected, and FB will open on time. The other district priorities: complete critical safety and occupancy requirements at Simon Sanchez Tejan Shared Campus, ongoing every day. Continue hardening efforts at Fenagajan Elementary School and MU Lujan Elementary School due to recurring break-ins and vandalism. We're actually tracking through the work order system all the different tasks that need to be done at the schools, and one of them being tracked is the break-ins. So we know which school has the highest rate of vandalism, and that's the schools that we've listed here. That's where our efforts are primarily concentrated to harden those schools, because that has the most incidences of break-ins. Everything about the facilities is hard-driven from data. Dr. Joey Heath has created a database tracking system on the work orders, so we know exactly what's going on with the facilities, where the hardening needs to be made, and where we can focus our efforts to get the best return on investment. Priorities: close outstanding permit-related deficiencies identified during school re-inspections. Complete corrective actions for schools with August and September 2026 compliance deadlines. We prioritize, of course, the schools that are coming up for the next inspections. We gather the workforce team together and we hit them hard. And as you'll see in the coming testimony, the results are showing in the grades that are being awarded. Another priority: continued demolition of the condemned temporary facilities. We have already saved $120,000 because we were able to purchase a dump truck and a backhoe, and we did estimates for these old temporary classrooms that are dilapidated and have become safety issues. In fact, we were addressed with the principal saying that this yellow police tape around some of these dilapidated classrooms, when do we get this space back? When do we get this safety hazard handled? And so we got quotes, and the lowest quote out of 3 quotes was $120,000 to demolish. So we used our dump truck and our backhoe, and we demolished that in 2 days, and we saved the department $120,000. We have since demolished 3 additional classrooms, Marshall, Sablon, and Agate, and that has saved us $360,000. So we're just under $500,000 in savings on that initiative. We are focusing on and completing the grease trap replacements required at many of the schools. The fact of the matter is, as of yesterday and tomorrow, we will be finishing the final 2 schools, Agania Heights Elementary and Southern High School, and we should have all the grease traps replaced. And I just want to take a note to tell you that when Dr. Wampat's initiative to join the Contractors Association allowed us to be eligible for free tuition at Trades Academy because of becoming a member. So some of our facilities and maintenance workers have signed up for classes in the academy, the Trades Academy, and one of the individuals in the classes gained increased knowledge and skills that he was able to devise the correct equipment to replace the grease trap. We didn't have to contract it out. It's, number one, it saved a lot of money, and number 2, Guam EPA said this is one of the best grease traps we've seen. Please follow that same process that you just did. So we built that skill and knowledge internally, and the facilities and maintenance workforce continues to increase in their skills. That's money in the bank. That's really helping out. So we want to go on with the corrective actions. So Finnegadgen Elementary. We have a checklist of things that we're working, especially on those 2 schools, so I'll just mention it briefly. Checklist of 7 items. Replacement of damaged door hardware and locking systems. This is Finnegadgen, completed. Classroom security upgrades, completed. Repair of vandalized windows and plexiglass, completed. Exterior lighting improvements, pending funding. This is the initiative that Dr. Wampat has for solar lights outside, perimeter lights, perimeter cameras. We want to continue our hardening of our schools to make it harder for the vandals to get in and do their vandalism. That's pending. Campus perimeter assessment and fencing improvements pending. That's all the initiative hardening the outside of the perimeter. Security hardening recommendation for vulnerable access points in progress. Reinspection, preparation, and corrective maintenance items completed. So the other school that has the major concern for the vandalism is Maria Yajoa. So here's where we are on those 7 checklist points. Repair of damaged classroom doors completed. Replacement of broken locks and hardwares completed. Security measures for the perimeter, hardening the perimeter in progress. Windows and plexiglass repairs completed. Lighting upgrades around vulnerable areas pending. Preventative hardening measures in progress. Reinspection, corrective maintenance completed. So in general, through the efforts district-wide, we're happy to report that 13 schools have since received the grade DPSS Health and Safety Inspection of an A, 3 schools have received a B, and 22 schools are pending inspections. So I'll briefly just read down the list. Attica Elementary received an A, 1 demerit. Ocean View Middle School received an A, 10 demerits. Agatha Johnson Middle School received an A, 10 demerits. Liguan Elementary School received an A, 0 demerits. Harry S. Truman received an A, 10 demerits. Maria Yajoa received a B, 14 demerits. Estumbo Middle School received an A, 6 demerits. Okadu, Ordot Chalampago Elementary, an A, 10 demerits. Finnegadgen Elementary got an A, 3 demerits. Maritza Elementary got an A, 9 demerits. Juan M. Guerrero got a B, 13 demerits. In Alahan Elementary got an A, 4 demerits. George Washington had a B, 17 demerits. Talafofa Elementary got an A, 2 demerits. And just recently, the other day, we were informed that JFK and Okadu High Schools received an A. So that's the status of the permits. We have a re-inspection schedule for August 31st is Talafofa Elementary, August 31st is Marshall Sablan Elementary, DL Perez is September 30th, and Jose Rios is September 30th. So FBLG, checklist for items that need to be done for phase 1 inspection. Critical priority, install window screens and plexiglass, completed. Critical, install 2 water coolers, pending. Critical, fire suppression compliance, pending. Critical, bell system intercom installation, pending. Critical, IT network and wiring completion, pending. And when we say pending, work is underway, requisitions have been in place. It's working its way through the system. It's not like nobody's doing anything. I can't put completed because it's still in progress. Install restroom dividers, completed. Critical, install toilets and restrooms, completed. The main office required work, renovation and completion, renovation completion at the main office is completed. Water cooler installation is pending. G-Wing, critical, the nurses, complete nurses office is completed. Critical, complete counseling office is completed. High priority desk painting is completed. So moving on to a checklist for Simon Sancho Tejan High Shared Campus priority. Critical, clean damaged drainage systems and gutters is completed. Critical, replace non-functional toilets and flush valves, completed. Critical, resolve plumbing and water pressure issues, completed. If the water pressure pump in Tejan isn't working, you can't even wash your hands, much less flush a toilet. So that is completed. Critical, install adequate restroom and locker room lighting is pending. Arena locker rooms checklist. High priority, repair lighting, completed. High priority, repair floor tiles, completed. High priority, repair shower drainage, completed. High priority, repair toilet plumbing, completed. Campus infrastructure checklist. High priority, replace main office double wood entrance doors with sliding doors, completed. High priority, install 4 40-foot storage containers, DPHSS 17, completed. High priority, remove concrete Tejan guard shack, completed. That will increase the traffic flow in and out of Tejan from that traffic point. High priority, remove chain link fence at entrance, pending. High priority, repaint curbs and parking stalls, pending. High priority, clear heavy vegetation and parking areas, completed. High priority, upgrade Wi-Fi bandwidth and network capacity, is pending. We have contracts underway to do that. Demolition of condemned temporary buildings. FBLG, demolition was completed. That's where we saved $120,000. Marshall Sablan, 3 out of the 4 have been demolished, and we saved $360,000. Grease traps, we mentioned it earlier. These are the last 2 schools. At Agania Heights Elementary was done yesterday. Southern High is completed to be done before the end of the month. In Southern High case, it is not a grease trap for a cafeteria, it's a grease trap for home economics where they do cooking lessons and things like that. There's grease traps involved. Baligaskas, so we're underway with that dump truck and backhoe that we talked about earlier for demolition. So we used to contract out these services for Baligaskas at the end of the year. We no longer have to contract it out. We're using our own equipment. So it's underway. Surveyed obsolete books and educational collateral equipment and materials are being staged and surveyed. Inventory control and accountability documentation, everything will be documented. Palletized and shrink wrap and distribution and transfer of the surveyed materials. We have to clean up the schools because we need the space for school utilization. So this kind of squirreling stuff here and squirreling stuff there, there's a big initiative to unsquirrel it and get it out of there. Continued prioritization of manpower, procurement, and contractor support will be required to achieve all scheduled compliance and readiness targets. Thank you.
On the subject matter of special education services, Dr. Risa, who is the CNI Deputy Director, then will report to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Wanpat. Good morning to all our senators who are present today. For Special Education Services report, for our current staffing and vacancies, positions including psycho-academic evaluators, we need, for current vacancies, we need 3. IEP coordinators for elementary, 3 vacancies. IEP coordinators for preschool, 1 vacancy. Early intervention and preschool teachers, 2 vacancies. Data office, 2 vacancies. PC4 leads, 4 vacancies. Related services, including occupational therapies, 1 vacancy. Occupational therapist assistant, 2 vacancies. Physical therapist, 1 vacancy. PT assistant or tech, 1 vacancy. Audiologist, 1 vacancy. Bus driver, 3 vacancies. Social worker, 3 vacancies. Speech and language pathologist, 5 vacancies. And I would say adult support aides, we do have 223, and there's 156 additional requests that SPED is unable to fund. Due process cases, as of August 2025 to June 2026, there were 16. During the reporting period, due process cases primarily involved requests for special education services, service delivery concern, and student support accommodations. Common issues including requests for adult support, transportation services, and the provision of related services such as occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, and physical therapy. Resolutions focus on ensuring students receive the required support and services outlined in their educational plans. Corrective actions, including assigning adult support, providing transportation accommodation, delivering overdue related services with compensatory services as appropriate, procuring specialized equipment, and addressing assistive device repairs. Overall, the cases were resolved through the provision of appropriate educational supports, compensatory services, and necessary accommodation to ensure student access to required special education services. GDOE continues to face challenges in recruiting qualified service providers, particularly in the areas of physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech-language pathology. To ensure continuity of services for students with IEP, GDOE currently relies on contracted providers to supplement its workforce. The request for proposals process has been completed, and the department is now evaluating submitted proposals. Upon completion of the evaluation process, contracts will be awarded to qualified vendors to provide the necessary related services. These efforts are intended to strengthen service delivery capacity and ensure that students receive the support and services outlined in their IEPs in a timely manner.
Dr. Rizzo would also continue with the presentation of the JP Torres Success Academy program.
Thank you, Superintendent Wanpat. The Guam Department of Education has initiated the closure of the JP Torres Success Academy Credit Recovery Program effective at the conclusion of school year 25-26 and ended at the consolidated grant cycle. The decisions affects only the credit recovery component of the program and does not impact other alternative education services operating under the JP Torres campus. The JP Torres Success Academy Under that, credit recovery served young adults ages 18 to 21 who were given 6 years to complete high school requirements. So take a note that Guam Department of Education serves pre-K, which is 4 years old, to 12th grade, which is up to 17 or 18 years old. This program was funded by local and federal grant. The closure applies exclusively to the credit recovery program. The following programs will continue providing educational and support services to eligible students in the Liheng Famaguon program and the Sanctuary Saga Nahomlu program. As of June 2026, 80 students have graduated from JP Torres Success Academy, leaving a student who has chosen to complete her graduation requirement at GCC. The district continues to offer a variety of interventions and educational support programs to help at-risk students meet their academic needs and fulfill graduation requirements. Number one is the Escuelan Puengi, which is an after-school program and credit recovery program offered to all high schools. The second one is the Bridging Outlying Opportunities for Students, which is BOOST. This is before, during, and after-school program that helps students improve their grades and for credit recovery. The third one is the Summer School Program, which is a credit recovery program for students offered during the summer. And the Asmuzao Alternative Pathways provided students with pathways to graduate high school at no cost to the students. They are also offered those who are beyond 18 years old will be enrolled at Guam Community College Adult Basic Education Program. GED, they can enroll at GED or General Education Development Pathways for completion of their educational goals and receive diplomas equivalent to high school. And several schools have expressed that they will offer a project-based learning that will provide students with meaningful hands-on learning experiences and promote academic achievement, career readiness, and successful transition to post-secondary opportunities. So our plan and vision is we're now developing the early warning system in the Power School so that we could flag students who are lacking credits and having issues with their academic to respond to their academic needs. We will also implement the multi-tiered system of support so that we can really catch these students before they reach their 19 years old or before falling into the cracks, to make sure that they're given interventions and more credit recovery programs before they actually reach the certain age beyond 18 years old. The human resource have prioritized and successfully placed the personnel to various schools with vacancies, which is 10 teachers, a counselor, a librarian, and a computer operator. So they are now in different schools. That's the report I have for JP Torres. Thank you.
Number 6, which is the transition report. I mean, I think we've discussed this a couple of times before, and I stated then, is that I had 2 transition meetings with the former superintendent in November, and nothing of significance was conveyed. No documents was submitted. We did set up a transition team, 3 from the Department of Education, and they were to gather all the information that the deputies of the respective areas would like to get more information about the department, but nothing in terms of anything that was pending, something that maybe we need to look at closer. This was just primarily what was submitted, a description of all the different programs under all the different divisions. On the financial status, which I know you're going to be very interested in, and Senator Duenas, I know I sent you a letter based on your request, and what I've done is that I've brought in our auditor and the business office, our DFAS, and the accountants of the office to look at and track, where we are financially. And I'm going to ask our chief auditor, Mr. Franklin Cooper-Nurse, to address that.
Thank you, Dr. Wampet, and good morning, Senators. Again, generally, I don't speak to the management of the finances, but I was asked by our management team, as Dr. Wampet said, to assess the validity of the numbers and look closely so we can get a clear picture of GDOE's financial position. So just to start, I think one of the very first questions that are being asked in this presentation is GDOE's current cash position. As an auditor, I like to look at the reliable information. We were able to pull GDOE's financial statements directly reporting from its bank. So as of June 15, GDOE's cash in bank is reported at $82.1 million. This is a very significant and strong financial position from GDOE, and it's really something that is kind of new to the department, as in years past, we've always had challenges managing our limited budget and ending with operational deficits. So the past few years, we've seen a growing surplus and an increasing fund balance. Right now, cash in bank is reported at $82.1 million. I do have to say, and I'll trace that through how that balance accumulated through several lapses. I do have to say that that is a total cash position in bank as of today, and that some of that cash in bank is subject to restriction and commitments, a big portion of that. However, again, the cash in bank availability is reporting at $82.1 million. The breakdown of lapses per fiscal year, and this is how we get to that, because the 82 considers not only past surpluses, but the current operational cash that we're managing in 26. So in January 2026, GDOE issued its FY24 financial audit. GDOE ended the year with an operational surplus of $67 million and a carry-forward balance of $9.6 million, resulting in a cumulative surplus of $77 million. Our audit was late. That 24 audit was just issued in January. By the time that audit was issued, FY25 was already closed. So here we are in January 26, the auditors are reporting the operational surplus of $77 million. Right now, GDOE is still behind. This is the importance, and this is the reason why OPA is always pushing for these more timely completion of audits. Our FY25 audit is again lagging. Right now, I'm only speaking on unaudited financials, but that figures have been presented to EY, and if all stays the same, then we're looking at an unaudited financial statement showing an operational deficit of $3.3 million to bring the cumulative surplus down to $74 million. That's what carries into 26, and we're operating in 26. So if I can just summarize that real quickly, in 24, you had an operational surplus of $67 million with a prior year fund balance of 9.6, bringing that total to $77 million. In 25, the unaudited draft financials are showing a deficit of 3, so that carries approximately $74 million into the operational year. Now, the question is the status of the funds authorized and appropriated under Public Law 38-132. And that appropriation isn't a separate appropriation. It's an appropriation to relax fiscal controls on the funds that we just described, right, in total of surplus. So Public Law 38-132 should have made available approximately $74 million in accumulated prior year lapse balances. Prior to the enactment of Public Law 38-132, portions of these funds were subject to statutory restrictions established under Public Law 38-60. Following the enactment of Public Law 38-132, those restrictions were removed, allowing the department broader authority to utilize the funds for educational and operational purposes. However, there has been some obligations and expenditures prior to the close of the fiscal year by the past leadership team, and I can cover that. So expenditures made before the end of the fiscal year and during the past and current administration's transition. So a total of $6.4 million in total expenditures was charged against prior year appropriation accounts. Of that, about $2.2 million was expended under the previous leadership team, and about $4.2 million was expended from January to current under Dr. Judy Wampat. These expenditures were transacted during the new leadership team's appointment. However, almost the entirety of the expenditures were tied to encumbrances under the previous team. So in these instances, services had already been rendered and contracts had already expired prior to the appointment of the current management team, requiring corrective actions to avoid future loss due to penalties and legal risks. During Wampat's leadership, about $4,000 was obligated and expended against the prior year accounts. So trying to reconcile those statements regarding the availability of current funds and specifically the $26 million. So considering the FY25 fund balance of $74 million, expenditures already incurred against prior year appropriation accounts and encumbrance against those accounts, GDOE estimates unobligated lapsed funds are approximately about $60.7 million, which is inclusive of the $51 million ARP reimbursement to local funds. So, and again, tracing the unobligated lapse balance in fiscal year 2025, the unaudited figures are going to show a carry forward fund balance of 73.7, about $74 million. Looking into the current operational period of FY26, you have encumbrances of about $6.5 million and expenditures already recorded at $6.4 million. So right now, based on those lapse provisions, the availability of the 74, you're looking at about $61 million that are available. This is, as an auditor, I do want to say that there is a possibility of unrecorded obligations that could adversely affect the availability of these balances. And what we are learning with the new team is a lot of these are coming out and surfacing that there's an obligation that wasn't recorded, wasn't put into the system, and are going against those cash balances that we are identifying in the audit as lapses. I'll go straight into the status of the management audit. So the scope of review of the audit areas from PPRC, Public Law 37-44, enacted in November 2023, resulted in a statutory requirement for GDOE to conduct periodic management and curriculum audits. For fiscal year 24, the law requires that these audits are completed for the superintendent's review by May 31st, 2025, with the final report submitted to the GEB by June 2025. Subsequently, due to delays with contract execution, an extension was granted to this deadline for the vendor through September 30, 2026. The entire audit includes 4 phases: planning, coordination, the actual audit fieldwork, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. The scope of the audit covers governance, leadership, financial management, human resource and personnel, curriculum and instruction, technology, facilities and safety, stakeholder engagement, and other cross-cutting management functions. GDOE is currently moving into phases 3 and 4 to complete the fully executed audit contract. Right now, the preliminary findings or concerns identified to date was one of the questions proposed. The findings are no longer preliminary. This audit report was complete. The final report was completed and issued. The findings cover all sections listed in their scope of work. The overall assessment from the audit report is that while GDOE has made commendable progress in areas like accreditation, policy streamlining, and community engagement, it continues to face significant systemic challenges. These issues, which largely stem from insufficient accountability mechanisms, a lack of updated standing operating procedures, and limited local funding, hinder operational efficiency, contribute to a persistent climate of low trust, and ultimately affect the quality of education and support services for students and staff. Addressing these challenges will require a focused effort on implementing formal review schedules, establishing clear performance metrics, and resolving long-standing issues in key areas like procurement, facilities and maintenance, staffing, and instruction. So the expected completion date and reporting. The final report was already officially transmitted to the superintendent. That occurred on March 18, 2026, and an exit conference was held by the Pacific Policy Research Center on April 3rd, 2026. The final monitoring report will be completed. It's a collaborative effort with the team where they're going to sit with the respective deputies and the divisions and work on implementing the corrective action plans to address the audit findings. So how the audit findings will be used to improve operations, accountability, fiscal controls, and school services. Management and the respective divisions will continue to develop detailed corrective action plans to respond to audit findings. The PPRC team will then work with the representatives from GDOE leadership and the divisions on monitoring and assessing those corrective action plans to address the critical recommendations for improvement. And the last thing is GDOE will begin a series of strategic planning work sessions to review and update its current strategic plan. These sessions will incorporate key findings, recommendations, and lessons learned from the management audit to ensure that identified areas for improvement are addressed through measurable goals, priorities, and action steps. The updated strategic plan will serve as a roadmap for strengthening organizational effectiveness, improving accountability, enhancing its operational efficiency, and advancing student outcomes across the district.
And on the last area in your request is public communications. So the plans are, well, for communication, we will continue to submit monthly report to the Guam Education Board, continue to provide consistent information on major initiatives, decisions, and priorities, and daily activities through messaging such as school break-ins, early dismissal, water outages, etc. On the stakeholder engagement, we'll provide regular updates to parents, employees, mayors, legislators, and community partners through meetings, newsletters, public forums, and websites. We would also create opportunities for stakeholder feedback and participation through surveys, meetings, or conferences, and continue to work collaboratively with external partners, including community, educational institutions, and private sectors. On transparency and accountability, we will continue to provide the State of Education Annual Report accessible to the public and published in the website. We will submit the annual citizen-centric report to OPA, and we will provide school report card accessible in the website, and to publish annual strategic plan report also in the website. For public information and outreach, we will continue to utilize multiple communication channels, including the GDOE website, social media, and press releases to share timely and accurate information. So, Senators, this completes our report at the request of the Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Wampat and Dr. Guthertz and the leadership team. Before we get into questioning, I'd like to recognize Senator Duenas, who's joined us, and Senator Sabina Perez. Thank you for joining us today. Dr. Wampat, I have no doubt that you guys, your leadership team, we all share the same vision with the board in regards to academic achievement and ensuring that. I think one of the biggest things that has changed, and I'm only going to share from why we're here today and has changed from the leadership, is that, a year ago, a lot of the calls and complaints was the frustration and the interference from the board. What has shifted, and again, this is, I know Dr. Guthertz, and I think for me it's sad because even the feedback that we get from the board, speaking with board members, versus what the people in the department, from employee, teachers to even parents to administrators, it's very disconnected. And that's not our job. It's not our job as senators to try and pick through that. Only you guys can control that. We're just here to ask the questions, right? And sometimes I feel like a lot of the questions that we're asking are questions that can be handled at the departments And that's just the way, I mean, at least for me, my approach has always been try to handle it at your level. But it just seems like a lot of the things that make it to us, not just to me, but even to my colleagues, are questions or concerns that really can be handled at the department's level. So I guess my question to start this off is, what, as the leadership team, what is your commitment, and how do you guys get input from your stakeholders, whether it be teachers, whether it be to school aides? Because at least the way what we're getting is we need help. Like we're just, you know, a lot of it is we're just being told what to do with not really understanding what we're doing or why we're doing it. Or it's more of, this is what we're going to do and you guys are going to do it. Not in those words, but, and you know, these employees are, you know, dedicated employees who carry it out and they do it. But at the same time, their ask is, we need help to understand what it is we can do to help, because all we're being told is to do and not necessarily understand what we're doing, and not also being given an opportunity to be able to be a part of the decision. So what is your response, or how can we address, I think this is the core problem of what's going on. This is just my opinion based on the concerns that have been raised from employees and stakeholders of the Department of Education. Dr. Wanpat, or anybody who would like to speak.
Yes, and thank you for that question. And I know that actually has been a perennial problem, not just for our administration. It's been happening for many years, even when I was a senator. A lot of people feel that if they're not being heard at the department or at any level, whether it's their school principals or any of the deputies and up to the superintendent and even the board, it never fails. A lot of our constituents would go to the senators and to the governors. I've received calls from senators and even at the governor's office, and I've never even heard about the problem until either one of you have brought it to my attention. Our protocol is that we want to start at the lowest level to resolve the problem then. Should then it not be resolved, so let's say that it's at the school level, the assistant principal would be the first in line to be able to address, you know, any issues at the schools with any of the staffers. Then it goes up to the principal if they're not happy with the decision of the assistant principal. After the principal, then it goes to, if it's a divisional issue, it can go to one of the administrators in the division, up to the deputy superintendents, and then to finally the superintendent. And beyond me, then of course it would have to go to the board. But there are many cases where it's only at the very first level, and beyond that, then it has reached you, it has reached the governor's office, even something as simple as allowing for administrative leave, where I would receive a phone call from either one of the branches. And those are normally an operational decision, but they figure that they can get some change or reversal of a decision being made at the lowest level. But we would love to actually take care of that at our level. What my deputies have done and have completed since they came in is visited all the schools. What they also do is that on a weekly basis, they have meetings with the administrators. They've have spoken to as many of the teachers as they can and parents. And I know coming in new is not going to be easy because they're not sure. They don't know what our management style is. They don't know whether, one, they can trust us. They don't know whether they feel, you know, comfortable talking to us. So it's natural for them to go elsewhere. But we're slowly starting to change that. We've only been on the job 6 months. And I think we've accomplished quite a bit in terms of changing attitudes, changing, you know, habits as well. I mean, just the other day, one senatorial candidate told me they ran into somebody who said, you know, I'm surviving. And she said, why are you surviving? I said, well, I was told I was in the autonomous agency to come to DOE because it's going to be easy. The job is going to be easy. And the question was, so why now you're surviving? Because it's not as easy as I thought. And, and then whether, I mean, that's the kind of information that is out there. And I know we are holding everyone accountable because we have a big task set for us when we came in by the board. And one is, first of all and foremost, is to fix our financial house. So we need to understand what we have, what we don't have, and how are we going to be able to sustain our operations. And then the second, which was a very big issue for us, was special education. So we immediately, jumped in to try to fix that. So, and sometimes people think that by doing this, we might be stepping on toes, making decisions that maybe, they're not used to or want things to be continue as is. I understand that because change is very hard for people to do. So, but I encourage all of you and anyone out there listening is that, yes, if you have any concerns, please, yes, bring it to our attention. Start, like I said, at the lowest level possible before it blows up into something that then becomes harder to resolve.
Thank you. Dr. Guthers, real quick, because I want to talk about the transition. I know that, there have been a lot of, or not a lot, there's been some uncovering in regards to things that were done by the previous administration that now have rose to the top, and we'll talk about finances in a second. I'm sure Senator Duenas will get into that. But I was looking at the minutes of the emergency meeting that you guys called December 30 when Paul Wade was the acting superintendent. And at that time, you guys had appointed Dr. Wanpat as the acting superintendent. Fast forward to when Dr. Wanpat took, lead January 1st. I met with her. We talked about the transition. Was there a reason why you guys didn't keep on the previous team to ensure that there was a smooth transition in regards to all the different things that could have happened? Or that have happened, or things that we've discovered? Because now, again, we're sitting here with some issues that are being, pinned on the previous administration. Was there a reason why the board decided to just put, have with no transition? And does the board take any responsibility for no transition, no smooth transition?
I remember distinctly as a member of the board then, not as chair, that the instructions from the board was for the then management team to please work closely with Dr. Wanpat as the interim superintendent and provide all the information that she had requested and that was needed in order to have a good changeover, The board was very specific about that. And
was there any oversight during that transition? Because this was December 30 when I looked at the meetings. They were instructed to resign December 31st.
We don't control the operational part of the department. We can advise and suggest certain things. But we look to our administrators when they're asked to share information and provide an update on all the pending actions that are needed or issues that our new superintendent designee and her transition team of administrators that she chose so that they will know what's happening. But what we have found out, despite that, little by little, we're learning new things that are shared with us about things that didn't happen, that should have happened previously.
So then who holds the bag? Who's accountable for ensuring?
I can just tell you that the outgoing administrators, I think, were not as open as they should have been with the new transition administrators. And I'm sure our deputies here could probably clarify some of the actions that they were not briefed on, that they should have been informed about.
Dr. Wanpat, when was the transition? When did the incoming team meet the outgoing team?
It's in, I know it was in December. Yes, it was December 29. December 29.
December
But,
20.
Yes, but maybe to also kind of elaborate a little bit more, not necessarily knowing the discussion with the board, but at least in my conversations with HR when they were talking about effective dates for our personnel action, is that when December 31st, yes, was their last day. And Dr. Swanson had asked me about this, that, had told me that because his last day was the 31st, that he has instructed his deputies that their last day also is the 31st, because he appointed them as deputies, and therefore when his term ended, their term ended. After the 31st, as you know, January 1st was a holiday, January 2nd was a holiday, and then the first work day, regular work day, because it ran into the weekend, was January 5th. And at least that was my understanding from HR versus a decision by the board to be able then to appoint me as the acting superintendent on December 31st, because it immediately ran into a holiday, leaving the department basically with no one as, the head of the department.
And the reason I ask this is because, again, I know Dr. Wampat, we met on the first week of January. We talked about the transition at that time. We met with your leadership team. Your commitment at that point was like, we're here to move the department forward. We're not here to point fingers. I'm all about holding people accountable where we need to, but at the same time, we're moving forward. Issues are coming up, and now we're left with, we don't necessarily know who to blame besides the previous administration, because they were the only ones who knew at the time. Of course, with the discussions with them, trying to help, and again, when I ask them questions, it's not about trying to pin it on who, it's trying to find answers to ensure that we know what we're doing when we come in here to ask questions. And so even now at this point, if there was no oversight from anybody in regards to ensuring that there was a smooth transition, but now we're pointing fingers, we don't know how to move from here, because my understanding at the beginning was we're ready, we're here to move forward, we're not going to point any fingers. We have issues, $1 million problems today that we need to, obviously somebody needs to take accountability for. And so that's what I at least want to ask, because at least all the previous deputy superintendents have come and have reached us saying, hey, we're being pinned for things. We weren't given the opportunity to transition. We were directed to resign and end our term, and that the new leadership team was going to come in.
Senator,
Go ahead.
like you said, yes, is that, we want to avoid pointing fingers at anyone, but when there are certain facts that are tied to decisions, then even those we did not say per se identified the individual. And to give you an example, which actually our deputy was going to discuss when we were looking at encumbrances that were made, looking at other expenditures that we have to make, and especially after when a funding source has expired. And we had no choice when we came in, and not a single one of those items was related to any one of us that you would normally think that payments were not made to Tiny Eye, payments were not made to SecNet, payments was not made to Acum, Actum, payments were not made to construction companies and so forth. And then when you stop and consider these are federally funded programs that normally we would like, in our case now, is to make sure that we use our federal funds and we expend those federal funds, because if we don't, then now we're going to be obligated to use local funds. And that's what we want to avoid. But did we point any fingers? No. These are programs that we wanted to make sure continues so that our children will get the services that they need.
But to be fair, you guys have come before the legislature at least 3 or 4 times since you've taken the helm at the Department of Education, and at least attempted to present some kind of thorough understanding of your financial position and your issues at the Department of Education. Is that correct?
Yes, and we were also requested
So what
by
I
the
know,
board.
aside from Dr. or Mr. Cooperners getting involved, how can we be confident moving forward, aside from bringing in the auditor to look at your finances, to ensure that when you come before the legislature to explain your finances or to ask the legislature for help, that we're getting a true picture? Because again, you've been here 3 or 4 times over the last 6 months. A lot of these things with the lapses now just popped up, right, in the last couple weeks since we passed the. So the question is, moving forward, how confident are we? Are you going to get the assistance of the auditor to come in every time before to ensure that you're giving the correct information so that the legislature can make decisions to support the department? That's my only question.
So I'd like to address some of that. We've come before you multiple times, and one of those occurrences, I mentioned this phrase: we're on a journey of discovery. Because when invoices started popping out of the woodwork, in the case of Tiny Eye, hundreds of thousands of dollars of invoices were squirreled away, hidden. We actually had to go to the vendor and ask the vendor for copies of those invoices because they were buried, put in desks, lost. So was it intentional? Nothing was intentional. We have, I wanted to mention something, a couple of things here. You started out by saying information has gotten to the legislature to you that I tried to write it down. Many vendors have not been paid and accruing interest. I'd like to address that. Because we had the Educational Finance Oversight Committee meeting last Thursday, and 2 or 3 of the members of that committee commended GDOE for how well they are managing their accounts payable. They commended GDOE by saying, never before have we seen so many of the vendors paid on time. Never. Congratulations. So that flies opposite of the image that you started out with. And the fact of the matter is, we have been paying attention to the accounts payable. We have been paying people on time, if not early. But there are a few exceptions to that, and that's the exceptions rather than the rule. Let's take, for example, autism community. Who doesn't want to pay autism community? That's 90 days overdue. I can't pay it myself. Part of the reason is sitting right next to me. That's a federal funds thing. Autism community comes through special ed. What's happened here is the prior management team went to lunch at Capitol Kitchen. The prior management team went to lunch at Mescala. They wrote it on the invoices, lunch at Mescala, this and this and this, pay it. We cannot pay that. Lunch meals for federal money can only be paid if the stakeholders are brought in, and there's rules, there's regulations, there's strings attached. We cannot pay with federal money for people to have personal lunches, okay? So those invoices are stopped. We can't pay. Well, we could pay, but it would have to be out of local funds. We should go to those individuals on that management team and say, can you please pay this $14,800 that you've decided to have meals, and we can't pay. Federal funds can't pay. Tiny Eye, hundreds of thousands of dollars of invoices were not paid. They actually tried to hide it. They actually tried to get the vendor to change the invoices to make it seem that all the prior year's services that were provided, change the invoices to it just happened today from years ago. That's falsification of government documents. We can't do that. So we're going to have to, this management team has committed to paying for the services that were done. We lost those federal funds. Now we have to pay local. So I just wanted to say a couple of things. We are taking serious attention to the accounts payable. As far as the reliability, the financial information that's coming to you, I'm 100% behind that. The challenges that we inherited, and I'm not making excuses, but there were many and mighty. But what we're doing now, and it's underway, is the audit. That was a major thing that our internal auditor said, hey, we're working with old audited financial data. So we, the Financial Affairs, is committed to being the first in line in the Guam agencies for auditing to have our books closed on time. That hasn't happened ever since. It's going to happen this year. We're closing our books on time, which allows for the EY auditors to come in and start their audit, get it issued on time so we can make informed decisions on the finances of this organization. We're not hiding anything. We're not doing any smoke and mirrors. We are doing everything that we can possibly do. We are, in the financial affairs area, we are adjusting our IT interfaces so that when the new federal grant money comes out right now, management teams in the past, through their, I'm going to say, less than optimal management of the IT system, restricted these people when they got their GDOE grant managers got their new funds. They couldn't spend them for 4 months. 4 months out of 12. That's a significant delay. That's changing. Now we're going to get them to open up within a week of those grant monies coming, not 4 months, 1 week. So these changes are underway. This grant cycle, this closing of the books, they were for some reason they were not reconciling the books monthly, and so then at the end of the year they had to reconcile 12 months. The more you wait, the more convoluted, the more rabbit trails you have to go. We are reconciling monthly. Does anybody see the results of that? Not yet. You will when we close the books. That helps us close the books on time. So at the end of the year, we only have to reconcile 1 month, not 12 months. That's underway right now. So there are things financially underway to get our financial house in order, more proper, more responsive, definitely detailed. So I'm telling you that this Juan Pat, the board and the management team are committed to timely, accurate financial reporting. Thank you.
Last question. What are some, what current vendors do we owe? Or what are some past due vendors and amounts?
Okay, there is a vendor, there is a vendor who is strongly opinionated. He owes money. He wants us to pay him money. The problem with this vendor, I would love to pay money if it's the right thing to pay the money. But when somebody does work outside the scope of a contract, and that contract then terminates, it's over, it's lived its life, and the work continued, and now they come to you and say, I need millions of dollars from you. We have to hesitate. Wait a minute, that contract is over. The work that you did is beyond the scope of that contract. You want millions, and you know what? If you don't pay me millions, I'm going to charge you late fees. If you don't pay me millions, I'm going to take you personally to court and sue you personally. Well, we're not paying. We have legal opinion to hold. How do you pay for a contract that has violated the procurement process, hasn't got the right paperwork, is beyond the life of the contract, and was work outside of the scope? That's the company that continues to pay me yesterday, or I'm going to sue you. Pay me or I'll put more interest. So we're not buckling into arm-twisting tactics. We've sought legal help. What's the way forward? And we're putting processes in place that this never happens again. But that's not solving the vocal person who's coming at us almost daily. So if you want the name, I can give the name. It's a construction contractor, and we have to wait for two things. We need the legal opinions. We need to make sure it's done properly, and we need to get the funding, because this was all unfunded, and we're talking multiple millions of dollars. Any question?
What's the amount? I mean, if you want to say the contractor, you can say contractor.
Right now, if it was a magical globe and everything was righteous, we're talking 20 to 25 million. And the reason I say that is because invoices pop out here, there. Oh, we forgot to mention that we did this for you.
And who's the contractor?
Cortec.
Is there anything for Northern? Because that's another
There is
contractor
something
that has...
outstanding for Northern. Here's another case where Northern went beyond the scope of the contract. And scope is not so much this, it was a timing of the contract. With the strategic pause that happened under President Trump, and everybody was told to stop because they weren't sure if the funding would continue, the ARP funding. When they started back up, they had remobilization, demobilization costs. they had extended timelines. And so they didn't invoice because the work hadn't been done, but the ARP grant expired, and that's ARP grant money. So we're sitting on a $1.2 million invoice from Northern Construction. And there's more, because there's retention that's due, but hasn't been invoiced yet. So, and yet we're beyond ARP. So this will be millions of dollars in the FPLG reconstruction. Any other question?
Well, we'll wait. There'll be public comment towards the end. And now we'll go ahead and open up the panel for questions from my colleagues. So go ahead and start with Senator Kumatato. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for being with us this morning. And I want to begin first by saying that I appreciate the context at the very beginning of this hearing, talking about this transition. It's been 6 months. It's time to move forward. And so I just want to start with that. Transitions, all that stuff, we got to move forward. So let me ask about the school closures for just a second. And I appreciate the update at the very beginning of your presentation, Superintendent. And so I just want to just jump right in. From a policy point of view, for the record, what specific data collection and community engagement milestones must be completed before any closure proposal can be returned to the board? And what is that timeline?
The timeline will be in our year, because we're going to use this school year to continue then to collect more data aside from what was collected by the previous task force, because they looked at, they went to public health, looked at birth rates. They also went and looked at school facilities, what capacity those school facilities are at the present, whether they're going to look at concrete facilities that are suitable and can continue to be used. They took out other facilities that are temporary, others that are like modular type buildings, and primarily to make sure that they do have now the capacity should there be a consolidation. They looked at projected enrollment, they looked at current enrollment, they looked at costs, utility costs, they looked at grounds maintenance costs, grounds maintenance, custodial costs, and all the other contractual costs to determine whether there are going to be any savings. They looked at the 14 points, the adequate education. They looked at the CBAs, which is the collective bargaining agreements that we have, and the requirement of teachers and other professionals and staff, because some schools will have more, others will have less. And when you consolidate and you look at the numbers, then you might have sufficient staff on board, because there are numbers that are in the contract. Like, for example, if you have a school that's under 400, you would get a librarian, but not a library tech. If it's over by 1, then you get a library tech, and that's, in the contract. And so when you consolidate and those schools, then the numbers go up, then I don't need to hire an additional, staff, again, based on the CBAs. But so when that task force started this whole conversation, they actually went out and met with the mayors. They met with some parents. They went out and stayed several town hall meetings. And they presented not just phase 1, which was the 2 schools that eventually were closed, but they also discussed the potential closure of phase 2, which will be the southern schools. Phase 3 will be central, and phase 4 will be northern. So they looked at the entire school district. but they were advised by the superintendent to do them one phase at a time. So second phase was this year. When we came in, it was brought up that all this, work had been done. So we started the conversation. We didn't take it further because we had not gotten the go from the board. So we were just looking at the schools, visiting the schools, talking to the principals. Yes, some of them said, is it possible for us to go ahead and say that there is a possibility? And sure enough, we said yes, it was fine. One particular member had spoken to a mayor to look at different options. So the conversations were happening, but we're going to do something more extensive now as required and stated by, the board. So,
if I can intervene, is there a policy that actually outlines the data collection for this process? Okay, so then it goes back to when maybe Dr. Guthert, you can share. So if there's no policy, are you guys pondering one? And secondly, what kind of timeline are we talking here? If you're looking at a school closure, and I appreciate the fact that the superintendent said 1 year. So, but if there's no policy, you can basically dust this off, look at this. It could be years before we even consider such a thing.
After that meeting, yes, I met with the team, and this is what we want to do, is that we are going to set up a team then actually to look and come up with policies. What will be the conditions for the department to consider should there be consolidation, closure, or what have you. So we want to set that policy up as well and to present to the board.
Dr. Guthert, do you have any insight? You can press the button too while you're at it. There you go.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Senator. It's very clear from the board that first, we weren't going to entertain any action to close any school at this time. And even looking to the future, it would not happen without complete justification. And that was our policy for that meeting, that we voted not to proceed. We voted and we passed a motion, a long motion, for the superintendent to adhere to, which included gathering certain kinds of information that the board would require to consider such an option. And I think the superintendent has just stated that her plan now going forward is to form a group to follow that motion that was voted on by the board. And in a year, they'll report back to us and we'll look at it again. Our hope, though, I think one of the most important part of the motion that we passed was we want alternatives. And we suggested very specific alternatives to help guide the superintendent and her team. Because this may happen in other locations, not just in the South, but we're seeing the trend in other schools. We're seeing less students, and we want to have an option that can work island-wide, such as multi-use facilities, compatible with a school campus. In talking to some of the mayors, I know that there's a lot of nonprofit organizations in the villages that do different things. And some of them would be very compatible to have space on a school campus.
And Dr. Guthert, I understand that. And I think that it might want to start with perhaps DOE Central being put back into our schools that are underutilized. Hold on, let me just finish my talk. I have another question, but we talk about nonprofits. We need to start in the system itself.
Of course.
And perhaps that might be a good first step.
Senator, if I may, my first week on the board, a little over a year and a half ago, was I made a motion to relocate DOE from TGen, the central administrative offices, to school space. I made that motion.
Oh, no, and I agree with you. And
It was actually, I think, very timely because we had the schools in Tamuning that were going to be underutilized or not used. And those would have sufficed to meet our needs. I didn't get very far though, but
and I understand that, and I think that we have to appreciate the plan side of it.
Yeah.
If there isn't one, I mean, 1 year from now, thank you for the voice vote, but it probably for most people will say, what is the actual policy that outlines school closures?
Well, the policy, Senator, the policy will be developed based on the input from Dr. Wampat. By the way, may I make one comment also? I wanted to comment earlier on a question that...
Oh, hold on, because I don't have very much time. Can you hold on to that question?
Okay,
if you could,
you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just stick with that. But let's talk about the reopening, if you can. So what is GDOE's parent communication plan for the reopening, and by what date can parents anticipate receiving definitive information about their child's school assignment, bus route, first day logistics? I appreciate the planning side we heard this morning, but when are you going to tell parents about what's happening for the first day of school? Or when can they know?
Thank you, Senator. I'm monitoring right now the school readiness report weekly, so I'm hoping to really have a better compilation of just where everyone is at right now. When I say that, I'm very cautious with timeline. I'd like to say, hopefully, by July 22nd, if with everything that I am putting together, it could be earlier than that.
Yeah, and I hope so, because I think parents need to plan before July 22nd.
Yes.
And I thank you for that. I only have a few more questions, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, if I can, to the other end of the table. We during the Committee on Finance and Government Operations in that April 28th, 2026 public hearing, the committee found that GDOE faces substantial contractual obligations, including, I think we mentioned it today if we didn't, but $20 to $30 million in unpaid ARP-related invoices, late fees, and the like, and I appreciate some of the insight. But for the benefit of the committee and those that are following today's public hearing, were Guam DOE ARPA resources available to be used for the estimated $20 to $30 million in outstanding invoices? And because now local dollars are being eyed for this, according to the Finance Committee's findings to cover contractual obligations that would have otherwise been covered by federal funds, can you confirm what programs or personnel contracts or other costs have or will be impacted by no longer having local funds available for these particular priorities?
I mean, quite honestly, everything's impacted because these oversights, I mean, I'm trying to be generous to what I'm talking about here. They're amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, depending on which area you want to focus at. And unfortunately, quite honestly, the biggest loser in this was the students, the kids. These were special needs children that required services by law that we provide. And I really have to take my hat off to one of the companies that was providing these services, because in the forensic analysis I had to go through to reconstruct what happened, for over 2 years they had been sending emails, you need to pay us. We are paying our staff. You need to pay the invoices so that we can recover that money. How they held on for 2 years of non-payment is unbelievable. And they said, we don't want to disrupt the service to the kids. So it's really commendable, but it came to a point where they said, we can no longer carry you. And it's unfortunate at that time, after multiple warnings, they did turn off the services. And then our GDOE representative added salt to the wound by going in front of the newspaper and saying, this is that vendor's fault because they don't have enough counselors to provide this service. That's an unbelievable untruth. It's their fault that they don't have enough counselors. They carried GDOE and the special needs kids on Guam for 2 years without payment. And for them to be slapped in the face to say they're at fault, I saw an email that they said, we take offense to that. So we damaged them. We, the GDOE management team, prior management team, damaged them. I don't see anybody stepping forward publicly to undamage them. This is Tiny Eye, Tiny Eye. And we owe them that. We owe them that. And we need to pay them. And part of the priority spending here now out of local funds is $500,000 has been put on the spend plan to make Tiny Eye whole. There's no interest, no late penalties, no threats to take us to court. They're waiting patiently for what is due them. And so that's on the spend plan.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Chairman, I have one last question because I know I'm in front of a lot of time here. But I want to point out that during your June 16th meeting, and he's in the room, and I'm not asking for him to defend it, but your board member, Dr. Ron McNitch, he raised at that meeting of an allegation reported in media that senators here needed to be paid to advance certain actions related to Simon Sanchez High School. The board directed GDOE to forward this to the Guam Ethics Commission. Has that referral been made? And separately, does GDOE have any documentation related to that allegation and should be made available to this committee?
No, we've not sent it to anyone. I've not seen it. We tried to find it, so I don't, maybe Dr. McNitch, if he's still here, can share where he saw it or heard it or who sent it to him, but
Yeah, my simple question is, has it been referred?
I haven't seen it, and I've not made any referrals.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, my last question, Mr. Chair, is this, is that the GDOE relationship with this legislature has been marked by what I would probably characterize as reactive rather than proactive disclosure. Lapsed funds surfaced through the budget hearing process, outstanding obligations were not voluntarily reported, and the FEMA losses that were disclosed on June 16th in a hearing were not in any prior communication to the committee. What specific structural changes in GDOE's legislative reporting will your administration, Superintendent, implement so that the Education Committee of the Guam Legislature learns about fiscal problems through transparent reporting rather than through public hearings?
Well, I can tell you that management team, Superintendent Juan Pat, the board, it's all about transparency and reporting. Unfortunately, many of the items that you're referring to right now were stuff we didn't know about. This was stuff that came out of the woodwork, came out of the bushes. We were on I said to you earlier, we were on a journey of discovery. You don't know what you don't know. And then it's not in our being to come running to you and saying, so-and-so's name did this, so-and-so's name did that. What we tried to do is we have to address the problem. And we had spend plans, and we had some prior year lapses. There were some restrictions on the lapses. And, you know, quite honestly, and I will tell you that when we talked about the prior year lapses, the reasons why the legislature felt we were a little bit blindsided about some of the prior year lapses being already committed and stuff, that's because I was blindsided. Now, how can the DFAS be blindsided? Because when you're faced with audit reports, and this is how much cash you have, and I see the cash management reports, and I see how much cash we have, everybody's looking at cash. Nobody was paying attention to prior year obligations in prior years that had to come due and payable. So that's why that kind of did a little boomerang on us. We didn't realize that that had happened. All of the cash money reports were cash in the bank, so that's what we're dealing with. But now that we've done a forensic analysis of all that money, we see there's this restricted fund, IDC, JROTC's restricted monies. They are in that pot of money, but you just can't freely spend it because there are some restrictions, sub-restrictions, if you will. So all that has come out forensically because we needed to do that because of where we were. We're on a mission of discovery. We feel that we know now where we are. And that moving forward, we're not going to get blindsided, so to speak. We're going to be fully on, and we will report. We have no hidden agenda. we are what we are, and what we're trying to do is improve the educational environments for the kids, all of that. And it's well underway. If you talk to the principals, many of the principals, they will tell you that the facilities and maintenance is, wow, thumbs up. That didn't happen by accident. We've been focusing on that. Why? We're putting air conditioners in the bathrooms. Why? We want to keep the schools open, number one. Number two, public health says if it's not a certain temperature and humidity reading any time of the day, at 8 o'clock we can pass that. But at 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock, we cannot pass that. We get demerits. We can't afford the demerits. So we're putting air conditioners in the bathrooms because we don't control the time of day the inspector comes to do the temperature humidity reading. So we are doing all that has to be done to give the facilities and the educational opportunities these kids deserve. Thank you.
All right, we'll be holding you all to that moving forward. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Gumbatata. Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you, Superintendent and the panel and the chairwoman, Senator Guthers. You know, I'm just happy that you announced you're not looking at closing any southern schools, because I never supported closing any school to begin with. I didn't support it back then when I was on the board, when they closed FQ Sanchez, and the excuse they made was not something that could be substantiated, but the board then decided on their own to do it. But I'm happy that you're not looking at closing any southern schools, and you're going to do a study, a very comprehensive study, and that I appreciate. I'd like to move to Ms. Jackie Kitawa on page 4 on this report. Jackie, the one I got. It says school aids, fairly funded and local funded. Does that mean the bodies are there, or it's funded but there's nobody in it?
So under school aids, the federally funded, these are the ones supported under, meaning federal dollars.
There's a warm body. That's what I'm asking. Is there a warm body? You said, it says 346 school aids federally funded. Does that mean warm bodies?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me move to the next one. Frank, Mr. Nanguero, you've identified page 5, the Southern High School, Simon Sanchez and Teaching Shared Campus. Whatever happened to the availability of FEMA funding a temporary campus for Simon Sanchez? Was that ever reconsidered or attempted to be considered or looked at before you start merging two schools together? It's in your report. You're the one that reported it out. So I just wanted to ask you directly, so that maybe you have an answer or not.
Are you talking about funding that was made available for Simon Sanchez rebuild? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the temporary campus.
Oh, the shared campus at Tejan.
No.
Temporary. Oh, the temporary.
The temporary that FEMA offered to
right, the
to
classrooms, the
right,
20 classrooms. That's on track.
That's on track, but you're still going to put Simon Sanchez up at Tejan?
Well, because there's been delays.
I need clarification. Are you
Please.
talking about the 20 classrooms that
No,
are going to be built by FEMA?
I'm talking about back when they had the typhoon, right? And they closed Simon Sanchez. FEMA offered to fund a temporary compound for the Simon Sanchez school students. Back then, the superintendent, prior superintendent, wanted to go after Tumon. When I was biggest pusher saying, get it back up at Jigu. And then all of a sudden, nothing happened. Then the burden was all put on JFK. So I'm asking the question, since it's written on this report, Simon Sanchez and Tejan Shared Campus, is there any consideration to put the temporary compound at Jigu? I'm from Jigu, so I have an issue with that, a major issue with that one.
So currently, a deposit was made of about $8 million by FEMA to proceed in building a temporary campus of 20 classrooms.
For Simon Sanchez?
For Simon Sanchez and FB, because what had happened was that I had informed the superintendent at that time wanted like a double-decker, which was going to be difficult to build on the FB campus. So he decided then to make it just one level of 20 classrooms, but needed a space for it. So he moved from the FB parking lot to across the street, which is the Guam Housing Corporation property.
I'm familiar with the area,
So there will be 20 there, and it has been awarded, and they're currently, starting to do work at building the 20 classrooms. Because 20 is insufficient, the offer was to use the housing, the 24 units that are currently all vacant now and are to be repaired. Renovations will be done, but the governor will find the funding source for that. FEMA said that they cannot or will not fund the retrofitting those units for the school to use. That will bring their numbers up then to 44 classrooms that they can use. In addition, FB then is proceeding to complete its entire campus, but they're doing it in phases. And by doing so, like the first phase, which will be inspected, I'm not sure how many classrooms there are, but those classrooms plus the 20 and the 24 then will allow for FB then to go full time. When the rest of FB is completed, then Simon Sanchez will move back to GDOE, and both schools, similar to what we're doing right now of having Simon Sanchez and Tijan side by side in one campus, that's exactly what's going to happen next school year when Simon Sanchez then will move there, and they would coexist and share the campus with FB.
So what's the timeline for the FB?
According with the last time.
It sure sounds like a slow boat to China.
Well, you're right. There were some governmental obstacles.
Unfortunately, FB, when it was before our time and not under us, I know you're tired of hearing that, but the planners, whoever they were, for FB renovation, failed to put in a fire alarm suppression system, failed to plan for an announcement system, failed to plan for the ITs. So unfortunately for FB, even if the construction work was done yesterday, they did not plan for these requirements that had to be put in. So we're doing that now. So when will they be done? They will 2 months from now, 3 months from now, not when the school opens, but not too long after that is the hope. So we are working aggressively towards that, sir, but unfortunately the planners, for whatever reason, didn't plan for cafeteria suppression equipment for the stoves and stuff. It just wasn't planned for the bell system. So now we're having to plan for it and execute it, and the procurement lag takes time to do it properly, but we're in the middle of that. It's all underway.
Okay, you have that listed on page 9, Frank, but you got it as pending. Can you, next time, put percentage? You have installed 2 water coolers, really?
Yes.
Pending? 2
Yes.
water coolers?
Yes.
Drop it down, attach, por favor. It is not that, I mean, I'm looking at my colleagues here and we're like, and you know that, Frank,
Yes.
you could do it yourself.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, put a percentage, maybe say,
Yes.
you got the cooler,
Yes.
you're waiting for the attachment of the
Yes.
pipes. Keep it simple.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Yes,
And that's throughout your whole report, wherever you identify pending. That's what I'm concerned about. I need percentage to reflect it. And
Yes, sir.
I'm very happy that, like I said earlier, that the superintendent and the board had agreed not to consider any southern school, because I'm looking at all the inspections. All the southern schools are good to go, except for pending Talapopo and Marsa. But I'm going to bet they're going to pass. So, just amazing. I'm trying to get by real quick. I only got about 6 minutes left, but pretty much most of the report that says pending, put a percentage, please. Give the information.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay,
Will
you
do.
got demolition of condemned property, you save 120, 360. So that means you got 480,000 available to use somewhere else that the auditor will greenlight? You notice how I throw it over at the other Frank.
There's never any shortage of a need for facilities, fixing, upgrading, roofing, leaking roofs. I just want to say, by the way, that we've come across some new opportunities to patch, like in Southern's case, the Butler design on all the roofs. You know, when we first came in, when this management team came in, the library was closed off and unusable at Southern, and that's a travesty. So we got F&M and our facilities maintenance people involved. We figured out the new technologies available at Home Depot, and we spent money, and now I will tell you that the roofs does not leak at Southern Library. How confident are we? The librarians put the books back on the shelves. They're that confident. The air conditioner has been energized. They're using it now for their club meetings and laptop support. So that's a success story, and it's happening all over the facilities one at a time. But as you know, it all takes money, and we are doing it the most efficient and effective way we can. Our first thought is not to contract out. And that's nothing against the contractors, but if we can do it internally, we're doing it internally. And this drying of the roof at Southern was an internal initiative, and we can do more of that. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Since you mentioned Southern High, and because we have not only the chairwoman of the board, but also the president of GCC, what does DOE plan on doing of half the campus at Southern High? Are you hoping? And I'm hoping you're going to say you're going to try to incorporate GCC so the students, when they graduate, they can get an associate degree or, get a package deal down south. Not just have an empty campus.
No, I totally agree with you, and that's some of the options then that, we're having some conversations on. There's a request to actually look at it to try to maybe convert it even to a full vocational technical, high school. The other would be, I was actually having a conversation with UOG as well for the green, go green, sustainable, programs where they could possibly use the facilities that we have and then provide courses for our students, some type of an MOU. Yes, at one time I actually even suggested to the former superintendent, Fernandez, is that why don't you move central office to Southern High School? I mean, we don't have to be down there at, the 3-story building, move them out and go out to the schools. And like you say, yes, fully utilize our schools.
Yes. Okay, next question is for Ms. Liwak. I hope I'm not murdering your last name, okay? But on page 13, you got 223 current staffing for adult support aides, but then you said you got 10 vacancies were filled already. Then you identified 156 additional requests. Where did that 156 come from? I mean, is this something new, or is it something that's been every year has been proposed, or you're just getting a gist of it?
Yes, so these are additional requests that is coming from the schools as they look at their IEPs. And what we do have now under federal is 223 total adult support aides.
And are you guys seeking additional federal funds?
We cannot afford any more federal funds to be used for another 156.
No, seek. In other words, ask them to give you more money, not use.
So because special education is a formula grant,
right?
So it gives us an amount of how much we can spend
Understood.
for the year.
I understand that, but you can also put in your request and change the amount. Tell them what you really need, correct? Just try. You got nothing to lose. If you don't make the effort, then of course, you're never going to get funding.
Just to give you information about the special education funding is about 90% of the funding actually goes to the personnel already. So
ask for more. Ask for more. The worst thing they'll say is no. They may surprise you and say yes. Yeah, I got Frank Kuperner here saying, just ask. You have nothing to lose by not asking. Thank you.
Senator, if I may,
yes.
The one thing about these federal grants in particular, especially SPED, is that there is this maintenance of effort. They'll give us as much as they can, but we have to do our part as well. And so when you compare the number of aides that we've hired out of federal funds, does not even come close, to what we're able to do locally.
I think, Madam Superintendent, if you identify the maintenance of effort, and the chairman of funding is right here. I'm familiar with that because I did that for 6 years, okay? You tell us the amount, then he'll take a look at it and says, okay, you're getting this much federal money, all you need is this much little local money, done. But if you don't identify it, don't expect it to come because it ain't gonna come. Okay, now just moving along a little bit to, let me see, JP Torres. On page 14, the identified programs affected. Let me see, who did this one? Ms. Rizalan, right? That's you again. Programs affected. You identify, where's this at then? The closure applies exclusively to the credit recovery program. Will be continue providing educational support services to eligible students in the, you identified 2 programs. Where's that at? Just look at page 14.
The Lihin Famagoan program and the
both?
sanctuary.
Where's it at?
So it's now located at GW, George Washington High School.
So everybody that needs it goes to GW?
Those that are under these programs. But the sanctuary, Sagan, I believe that is the Department of Youth Services. So our teachers actually go to...
What I'm asking is, when you say it's about the students' recovery, right? Correct?
No, these 2 programs are different programs that are not for credit recovery.
The closure applies exclusively to the credit recovery program. The following programs will be continued providing educational and support services to eligible students.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah, these students are basically wards of the state.
Yeah,
So we are providing then educational support. So the teachers that we have originally under the J.P. Torres Success
Correct.
Academy are assigned there to work with these incarcerated students.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure
You're right.
it's
So
not,
it's only the ones that are...
That needs to move.
that are working are the ones, the 12 from the 12
okay.
that are placed.
Okay, let me focus now on Internal Auditor or Mr. Kupiners. You identified earlier, and page 15, well, it's not written there, but I wrote it down, 82.1 million, then it shifted down to 77. You didn't identify the 3 million that was lost, or 4 million, but that's okay. Then it went down to 74 million, then it dropped further down to 67 million. Then I'm gonna flip the page to page 16. Then all of a sudden it became 60 million, correct? I mean, I'm just going down the line, just jumping around in the paragraphs so it's understood. But then it's inclusive of the 51 ARP reimbursement local?
Correct.
Which means what? That means that it's not even 60 no more. That means 51 ARP reimbursement?
No. So the 60 available balance is inclusive of the ARP transfer to local teacher expenses. That money was drawn and is cash available in bank. So the reason why it was from 80 to 60 was because the first question posed to the panel in the presentation was how much current is in the bank. The current is building up prior years. So I presented on the current bank balance, which is cash in bank as of today, which is the accumulation of the previous lapses and cashes rolling into 26. So the 82 million that's in the bank is cumulative from 24, 25 into this year. What the audit reports were reporting as surpluses, as LG reported, at $77 million was 24. In FY25, that was reduced to about 3 million, so to about 74 million. From the 74 million between September and now, there has been prior year obligations that have been expensed and encumbered against that balance.
Understood.
So if you're looking to spend against surpluses, you're looking at this more refined number now. And again, I have to caveat that is, as Frank was saying, there's a discovery. That cash is fixed with spent plans per the legislation and the board approval, but what's surfacing is additional invoices, like he said, from months or years, expired federal grants that now push on local funding, and then big payables that need to, key payables that are going to go against that balance.
Okay, based on your review, out of the $60 million, because that's when you identify ARP reimbursement to locals, that's local money now.
That's local.
That's
Correct.
all local
That's
money.
this is local and that's available.
Now, based on your review, what would be available if they pay off whatever they need to pay off? They need and have to pay off.
That will depend on the determination of what they're going to pay in payables. And management has to take a decision on aligning what they're receiving and lining up to pay. From our standpoint, we trace the amount that the cash is available to make those payments. We don't direct the payments. But
Understood.
But we're looking at, like Frank said, we're looking at an additional possibly up to $25 million that should be set aside for potential loss contingencies against those funds, meaning payments, settlements, or settling past debts.
Yeah, 25 from 60 gives you what? 35?
Well,
35? Is there 35? Frank, the other Frank now, is there $35 million worth of vendor payments you need to pay right as soon as possible so we can get our schools ready?
We're looking at, honestly, because it's a little bit of a moving target, but I understand your frustration. We're 25 to 30 million. The reason I say that is even though we have an invoice today for 1.2 million from Northern Construction, there's retention invoices yet to be invoiced. They haven't finished all the work. That will come out.
And how much is that so far?
It's like $700,000 to $900,000.
I'm being frank. You know, you say 25, add, look, Free and Kupner's just laughing at me. You 25, add the million, add another million. You still not even broke the ice of the 35. You know, when you put the 25 aside. I'm just trying to, you know, you have money. And the budget's coming up. And I'm going to be one of the guys speaking with Senator Readiness and saying, when they got 35 million sitting.
see, and Senator, I apologize. As an auditor, when I work with the management team, and I'm sure the OFB office can appreciate this, is there shouldn't be a question mark as to what's available and what's not funded. Because prior to contracting, we have to recognize funding.
Yes.
We shouldn't have funds sitting and saying, oh, there's going to be a loss contingency because we have payables. There's an anomaly that's going on in GDOE is you're returning federal grants, but now you're using your local surpluses. You have local surpluses, yet you have payables and outstanding vendor payments. So they're all tied in, and we have to closely look at that model because we want to maximize our federal leverage. Do not lose that, because when you do lose those grants, like Frank was saying, invoices, contracts that expire, and that grant expires, your other funding source that you're going to dip into is local funds, and that's what's occurring now.
Yep.
You're uncovering that this was not recorded in system. The prior year accounts were not brought forth in budget as liabilities, and now you have bank balances and surpluses that are coming against that need to be prioritized and restricted for the potential of any payments towards that in terms of legal risk.
Yes. And I thank the other Frank here that if you get a grant, you got the money, use the money. Don't go local.
I just want to add on to what you
like
what you just said, and that is now we're meeting weekly with our grant managers. Weekly, what was the original grant? How much has been expended? What is your plan to finish? You'll see much better results at the end of this year because we're meeting weekly to keep that on the radar screen.
Well, you know what? When the OPA came out with there's no internal management when dealing with federal grants, the first thing that came to my head was, wait a minute. You apply for a grant, there's a do's and don'ts. It doesn't require scientists. Just do what you're supposed to do and don't do what you're not supposed to. For the superintendent, because I'm about a minute, you identified page 2, ensure compliance with 14 points of adequate education. Is there a problem with the 14 points of adequate education? Because when I was on the board, I tried to have the superintendent then try to understand that when you go down to 14 points, you don't have to identify it by money. Because why? When you get a check from the legislature, you're getting a simple check. You identify where it's going to go. Now, you need to honestly, and you know, you're a former senator, you know what you need to do. Go through that 14 adequate education, and please identify and please advise the chairman that maybe you need to make an adjustment. Maybe redefine how it's interpreted so that your funding can be smoother. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Augustine. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, Mananas to the panel, and also good morning to everyone watching on our YouTube stream. I guess I'd just start with the first item on the agenda, which is the school closure consolidation and decommissioning plans. I was one of the first senators to amplify the concerns of our southern school communities, specifically with Truman Elementary, who this community, despite posting, excellent academic outcomes, was very frustrated because, as you know, Superintendent, it was just about a year or two ago that they were fighting for their lives to keep their school from being closed. And so you're right, no matter where we were in this process for decommissioning and closure, people talk. And so when you had meetings at Central, the principals and other school officials, spread the word among these communities. And I think the department had even come out with a statement saying that any information that wasn't provided by the department was misinformation. And I think that was a little frustrating because, as you know, it's a very emotional issue. I agree with what the chair said about preserving school communities in these communities. And just for my southern stakeholders who were relieved that the board had made a motion and barred any school closures for school year 26-27, but they remain skeptical about plans to close schools in 2028 or 2029. So what assurances, if any, can you provide to the body and to the stakeholders of the southern schools that we're not going to be right back in the same situation come 2028?
That will be totally, a consultant gave me this. It depends. It depends on the data, on the analysis. It depends on our finances. It depends on our facility. It depends on a lot of things, really. Like when I mentioned those 7 objectives into making, some kind of decision about what we need to do with our facilities, it really depends on all of these things. And yes, I love the idea of working with our mayors. I love the idea of having village schools, but we got to come up with other options, because if I don't have money to keep those schools running, operating, and we're looking at many things. I'm looking at trying to lease 2 facilities. I'm looking at wings that I want to lease. I can bring those monies into facilities and maintenance so we can do the upkeep of our schools. We tried at one time, I tried at one time as a former senator, was to provide funding to the mayors to do grounds maintenance so that it won't come out of DOE's budget. Well, it's back to DOE. And for these schools then that we're looking at all our schools actually, if I can reduce that somehow by working with the community, that's going to end up, absorbing, paying for grounds maintenance or custodial services. I mean, yes, the likelihood then of consolidating would be a lot less. But I have a responsibility to be able to operate. I have also responsibility, and so do you, to sustain our schools with whatever funding there is for us to operate. So these decisions, I understand that, everybody's concern here, a lot of it, yes, is really very emotional. It's emotional for me. You think this is something I really would like to do? Absolutely not. I tried at one time as a former senator when there was the discussion and the final closure of FQ Sanchez. I went to the community. I said, here's another option for you, for the board maybe not to close down the school. They didn't buy it. They didn't go with it, so it ended up being closed. But there's so many different ideas out there to keep it open, to make it a village school. I would love to do that. I've even spoken to several individuals who are consultants who are looking at our schools also for other uses with the community, with the school. Honestly, I love that idea that, let's say I have a whole wing at Southern High School. This is hypothetical because I've not had this conversation, but just as a former school administrator, we know that if you have a really large campus, you're going to need a lot of school aides around to maintain order, to make sure there are no fights going on, students aren't skipping, things of that nature. So I was thinking, what if we get a government agency in there to rent out a whole wing, and the adults, when they go out for breaks or constituents come in from the community, the students are going to see a lot of adults on the campus. Do you really think they're going to be fighting in a corner, what have you? Absolutely not. So that will be a savings where I don't have to hire so many school aides. I work with my partners in the community, with agencies, and just simple things. I would say to them, can you make sure your people are out taking their breaks every half hour or what have you, and then we see the adults in the community. We've seen that work. I've seen it work in my campus when I ask my teachers, can you just stand at your door, say goodbye to your students, or welcome them in? When the students see look down the entire hallway and see teachers at their doors, there's going to be no running, fighting, skipping. And it's the exact same thing that I would like to happen in our schools. And so I want to have that conversation. I'm excited actually to have that conversation now, to take it even further. So, but like I said, it all depends on what the data will show.
So with that being said, is it part of your long-term vision then to keep these schools open and have some type of like you said, configuration of a government agency or a nonprofit or something occupying parts of the campus that aren't necessarily being utilized by the...
Yes, as Senator, I would love to do that. But you see, remember when we came to you to allow us then now to lease out our decommissioned schools, you kind of made it a little bit harder for us. You allowed us, yes, but then you set, percentage requirement. You set a requirement of a certified appraiser that I would have to pay, when maybe I can go to Rev and Tax, because I understand that they did hire a certified appraiser to do all property values, but it's not going to go out in effect until next year. So I don't have access to that. So it's kind of hard for me to make a decision. Yes, I can put it out for bid, but then what am I going to base it on? So, I would love to work with you on that to please make it so much easier for us so we can do that. But I don't want it just for a full facility. I like to be able to do that for classrooms. I like to do it for wings, because I'm being asked right now for actually a wing. Several people have come to me about leasing out like a wing in one of our schools, and I would love to do that. And these are smaller divisions or agencies in the department that, yes, I mean, we're renting out there. Why not rent from us? I mean, I'm not in the business, of course, to make money, but I definitely can use that for our facilities.
And I appreciate that. I know you're not in the business to make money, but when the legislature is trying to cut corners and you talk about prioritizing finances ahead of like academic outcomes, we want to give you the flexibility, but in our defense, what we don't want to see is leasing out facilities for $2 a year. Something not meaningful that's not going to generate the revenue.
No, you're right.
Thank you. Board Chair, can you please answer the same question that I asked Superintendent Wampat, and this is relative to the decision. And, talking to some of the Southern stakeholders, the sentiment was, oh, Lana, because it's election year, of course, they're going to table this. Everybody's happy. The board's running for re-election. We got board members running for, higher office. So everyone's going to be happy. But what happens when 2028 rolls around? Are we going to be right back in this same situation where you're going to have the Southern schools, fighting for their lives?
Thank you, Senator, for asking that. This is my prediction that any person sitting on the board, not just those of us who are there at this time, but future members, are going to come to the same conclusion that they do not want to close our schools. And we're hopefully going to have the data and the options laid before us that will make it very clear that we don't have to close the schools, but we can develop the joint use. Now, I do have one suggestion for the honorable senators to consider. You have the power to mandate government agencies to use public facilities. You can consider a bill, Senator Borja, good senators here today, that would mandate government agencies to utilize available space at schools, as long as those agencies are sort of compatible with the school environment, and have them save money paying private landlords and maybe pay something to the school system. You could do that, and that would really be helpful as an option for the Guam Department of Education. There are certain facilities where government agencies would, I think, fit right in on a school campus. One would be public health. Some of their units, instead of being spread out all over the island and rental property, could be compatible with being at a school facility. I can think of Department of Labor. Instead of renting space from a private landlord, which they're doing now, could be compatible with joining us, because the Department of Labor does some training at their facilities that could be done at the schools. You can save money, plus you can help DOE by being able to charge these agencies a reasonable fee, fair fee, to be on a school campus. So you have control over certain things that we have no control over. I'm also thinking in the future, and I've always wanted to see this, to be honest with you, I'd like our higher educational institutions to use our school facilities as well, to bring their programs to the village. One in particular I feel very strongly about is our GED program. I'd like to see every person on Guam finish high school so that they can become more competitive in the job market. Sometimes it's difficult for them to go up to the GEC campus or the GCC campus because they don't have transportation. But I would like to see our young people and our older people who are not in the job arena today, but who can work, finish their GED and get skills development right in their village, training programs right in their village, so that they can fill vacancies that are needed in our community today. So that's an option. The university also has programs, I think, that would be very popular in the communities, in the villages, if they could just be offered on site at a school near where people live. And our athletic organizations, our nonprofit groups would be perfect to be housed at available school space where they can work out in those areas and have their programs available right at the school site. I'd like to see cottage industries have space at the schools, people in the villages that make things that our tourists want, that our visitors want, that our people want. That would be compatible with the school environment. So there's a lot of options, but this one idea about government agency, we're spending tremendous amounts of money on rentals. And I'm not here to hurt landlords, but we need to use our public facilities also. And the school campuses are ideal. So please consider a bill that would authorize DOE to negotiate with government agencies to relocate to the schools and spend their money to help our school system rather than have to pay large amounts in rent on the outside. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Superintendent Wampat, I wrote you a 4-page letter on June 3rd, 2026. A little disappointed in having received a response. And I made a request for any documents, reports, studies, assessments relative to school consolidations and closures, but just based on what was said earlier in the hearing, it's apparent that there is no policy, so maybe that's why I didn't get any documents. Though, I still would have liked to have received a response because I did ask about the closure of JP Torres Success Academy, and I believe the board, I think board member Angel Sablon had said during one of the meetings that the board was blindsided by this decision to close JP Torres, which I understand was to accommodate Simon Sanchez at Tijan High School. But I did receive concerns from several principals about the department's plans to address high at-risk students at the secondary level. One principal wrote PBIS implementation at the secondary level as a tool. However, the Tier 3 levels at the school are not fully supported in terms of focused interventions for each student who falls in this tier. Students who fall within Tier 3 need a structured environment, which we don't see at the school level. That being said, is the department planning to implement a program outside of the school environment to address this, primarily like the initial PACE program that the department had implemented many years ago?
That's several questions. Yes, I didn't respond. It was a very good, long, 4-page letter. As a matter of fact, I'm seriously considering sending it to the College of Education and asking any one of the master's students who would like to do a thesis on it, because it's pretty good. I mean, they can definitely do that, and it would be useful, you know, in the future. The Success Academy program is that it's no longer, you have to remember, it's not PACE anymore. It used to be PACE for behavioral problems for middle and high school students. When Fernandez came in, he changed it and decided to make it instead now for credit recovery. And because at that time there was legislation that allowed students to be enrolled in our schools, even almost up to 21. And that's why they were given 6 years to complete their high school program. So the students that are in this Success Academy are young adults, and they had to be separated out from any of our school campuses where we still have, you know, young adolescents and pre-adolescent students, young girls in particular. So anyway, I mean, and so we were discussing this and we're saying, you know, we can't have these young adults in, you know, in our schools, you know, anymore. We're helping them. So what are we doing currently that, you know, the Success Academy was doing other than pulling them out separately and putting them in a separate campus? But all of our schools were actually duplicating a lot of the programs there and even more, as described by Dr. Liwak. That, you know, we have 2 GCC programs. We have one where we give as MUJO federal funds to take these students, have them recover their credits and graduate them. Some of them, I'm sure, have come to your office to graduate. Randy probably brought them to your office to do that ceremony. He did it with me when I was here. Then we have the BOOST program. The BOOST programs are for early morning, in the afternoon, and after school to help these children. And we pay a stipend also, again, to our teachers to be able, again, to provide the additional instruction. We have summer school. We have Escuela Puengi. That 5, 6 different things. Now, yes, the most recent thing that you mentioned about PBIS or the program-based learning, PBL, is that we found out, Deputy Jackie had a meeting with all the school principals just last week, and they were going through all their data, and some of them we recognize that they need to do more with PBIS. And I'm glad you brought that up. And receiving that kind of information, now we're planning again in terms of, you know, professional developments for them, training during the summer. We're going to start one even probably next week with Dr. Leland, who's going to be here from the Comprehensive Center, who's going to be doing this training for us even for free. So when we gather this information from our school principals, then we're providing the services, we're providing the training, so we're going to help them when they go into their schools to boost up, some of their programs.
Thank you for that. And I'm aware of the category of students and young adults that JP Torres Success Academy served. But just in talking with the principals, some of the sentiment they have is, given the ever-increasing number of disciplinary actions, suspensions, expulsions, one principal told me that they felt like we were giving up on these students who have these behavioral issues, who aren't the young adults. And these were the students who typically populated alternative curriculum education type of school. And I understand Superintendent Fernandez's train of thought in rescinding the PACE program because it's faced a lot of criticism stateside. But, this isn't the States, and I don't think that we have a lot of the same reasons that the programs were closed off in the States. So I guess my question is, do you think that we need to reestablish a PACE-type alternative curriculum school? And does that factor into the board's long-term plans at all?
I understand, because I was a school principal at the time when we had the PACE program, and when it was discontinued, then the department allowed all the school principals in the middle and the high school then to hire an additional teacher, what we call the opportunity room, where we hired this certified teacher to be in the classroom with these children who technically were being sent to PACE are now in their own schools, so the schools are addressing their own problems. But by doing that, I'm going to have to request again, so we're going to look and do the analysis if that is something that we want to bring back. But it would mean hiring again, and in this case, if we're going to do this for all 38 schools, that's 38 more teachers that I'm going to hire, aside from actually the total. What she gave you was 204 for this last year, but for this coming year, we're looking at 240 vacancies.
Oh, you're not scaring me with the hiring talk.
No,
remember, I think we should fund you meaningfully. Yes.
I'm concerned that you're right. We're not going to be able to bring in that many teachers. And I've sent information to the senator about some things to consider. The certification, of teachers, the, reciprocity for some of our teachers, the CNMI. Also reciprocity in order for me to hire professors from GCC and UOG. Right now my hands are tied. I can only go specifically on what's required by the certification office. That's, one that I have to think about. So as much as I like to be able to bring in more teachers, and there are many ways to do this, and I think we need to have this conversation. I don't know, you're probably just a child when this program was first brought to DOE, the boots to classroom. Have you heard about that? At the time when we were having a lot of military people coming out, that these are the military veterans are coming out and they're looking for a new job, and we're going to do an accelerated training for them at the university and then put them in the classrooms. You see, because we needed to bring them. Now we're finding that, we're doing a lot of vocational technical courses at our schools, the CTEs. We need to bring in people from the private industry, but then we can't bring them in again because they're not going to have that certification. They got to take the praxis test to be able to do this. And what I like to do, if possible, and we need to look for federal grants, is to hire them and do an accelerated program with the university to go and get them, ready and put them in the classroom. So there's a lot of, ideas out there to do all this, but sometimes our hands are tied. And that's where we really need to work together with you.
Board Chair.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the legislature, Senator Borja. I know tomorrow there's another hearing on the Certification Commission law and changes possibly to be considered. That's very important. Personally, I believe there's just too much gatekeeping, keeping people out of education. Young people that want to be teachers, right off the bat, they're discouraged because you can't enter the School of Ed unless you pass the praxis test first. That's gatekeeping, and it's not right. It's not right. You kill their dreams before they even have a chance to become a teacher because you put barriers up. Now, one of the things I think would be helpful and I'm going to look into this later in a new role that I'm going to have pretty soon. I'd like Guam Community College to have a 2-year education program, an associate's degree in education for teacher assistants, to start young people off right out of high school, to begin preparation to become teachers, but to serve as teacher aides as part of their educational program, to start learning what it's like to be in the classroom, working with experienced teachers, being able to be hired when they finish their AA degree as a teacher's assistant, rather than have school aides as teacher's assistants that have no background or training. And at the same time, they will continue on at the University of Guam, but they'll already be working at GDOE in the classroom as teaching assistants, as teacher assistants. Now, it'll take me a little while working with the GCC community to be able to develop this proposal, but we would require assistance from the legislature to recognize the position of teaching assistant or teacher assistant, and to support this initiative at GCC. This will help our shortages at the Department of Education, get people prepared earlier to become teachers, have them employed as teacher assistants, completing the AA degree at Guam Community College, and then continue on at the university. Now, I remember the Department of Education when Mrs. Nelson was superintendent, and many of you know Gloria Nelson, right? That's when we had the opportunity classrooms for students that would be misbehaving, who would get into trouble. We didn't throw them out of the schools. We didn't mark them as bad students or disciplinary problem students. They were still kept at the schools, and they were given special mentoring and assistance so that they could overcome these issues. And that's what Dr. Wonpat is talking about. I don't like to mark children or students as uncontrollable. Part of the responsibility of teachers is to be able to work with students of all situations. Part of the responsibilities of principal is to ensure that every student is addressed in terms of their personal needs or assistant needs if they need special help. Not to send them off to another school because it's easier to get them out of your school so they're not causing problems. We have to deal with it at the school level, and that, I think, is what's going to be one of the developments that we're seeing with this new approach. And it worked before. It worked before it could work again. So I'm a supporter of Dr. Wonpat's effort to accommodate students with special behavioral needs at the school level, and to mentor them and give them all the attention they need to help them overcome their difficulties. That's what's been missing. Mentorship by teachers and other respected individuals at the school level to help young people overcome any issues that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. But I just can't help but note the irony of you guys are saying we don't want young adults who are trying to do credit recovery at our school campuses, but then you're also saying that we want adults and government agencies occupying our school campuses. And I get what you're saying, but to me that just presents all kinds of issues. But I wanted to move on to FB Leon Guerrero. Superintendent Wonpat, you had said in your presentation about public communication that you engage with parents. I'm a FB Leon Guerrero parent. My son Chase Barnett's been attending FB Leon Guerrero for the last year. My daughter Callie Jo is about to go to FB Leon Guerrero. And so I, like some high-level GDOE employees, were blindsided by the news that FB Leon Guerrero was going to open possibly a week late. And I know Superintendent Wonpat, you committed weekly updates, but you know, I was at the school campus yesterday, and you know, I have to commend, it looks really great. They did a fresh coat of paint, looks good, but I'm just hearing issues with the Cafeteria, I'm hearing issues about the procurement of necessary supplies, just going out to bid now, and this is part of why I argued against the lapsed funds being locked up, because I knew that those funds could be used to open FP Leon Guerrero, in a timely manner. And so based on what I've heard today, it kind of sounds like we're going to be a little bit longer, maybe a lot longer than a week delayed opening. So what is the contingency plan if you're unable to open the campus because of the different reasons you cited, to include the lack of a fire suppression system, et cetera, et cetera?
First of all, just to make sure that everybody understands, we are not freezing any dollar amount when it comes to FB. They are our top priority. And even before the law was passed, I met with all of our people and I told them is get all the RFPs ready, all the POs ready for FB, that as soon as the bill passes and a GL account is released for every one of them, they're out. So FB definitely is the top priority. So, and they are in our spend plan. Okay?
And I know we kind of tangled on this before,
You're right.
where you said don't put you in the position to get involved with politics or whatever. But I think the facts on the record show that had that amendment not been passed, we would have been able to procure everything we needed to procure for FB Leon Guerrero. And so, I appreciate that you're trying to stay in the chair's good graces, but let's just keep it factual.
Senator, if you like, I will send it to the chairman, all of the PO numbers, and what exactly the work's being done for FB. We'll send that to you then so you would see it. I would like Jackie to talk about the updates, because I know she meets with the principals every week. She has this thick document listing everything that a school needs to do, that must happen to assure that the schools be ready for opening. Every week, the School Readiness Task Force meets specifically for FB, Simon Sanchez, and Tejan. So I'm going to have Jackie speak.
And thank you for that. And that's also why I'm asking about it, because there was an item in the School Readiness Task Force meeting minutes from the May 27 meeting that discussed plans to implement remote learning, Plan C remote learning. So that, all of these red flags are popping up, and I'm just, on behalf of the FB Leon Guerrero stakeholders, trying to really get a clear answer on when our kids are going to actually be heading back to the GDOE campus.
Senator, we can do all the planning, yes, that we can, and meet as often as we can. But there are always going to be something out there that we would not have any control of, especially if we're talking about governmental permits that needs to be done. Like, for example, the Division of Environmental Health that will have to come to inspect the schools. How soon we'll be able to get our procurement through. I don't know if you're even aware of this, because when we met with our people, we asked them to do a chart to show the team, where is the bottleneck to get all of these RFPs out. And unfortunately, our legal counsel reviews everything. There's a checklist that they're required to look at everything for all the different phases that it has to go to the Attorney General, okay? I even got them to reduce that number and focus on it. All three of them focus on procurement, because that's our top priority, to get FB open. But we can't control outside of us. We can't control what happens down at DOA for the 10 days that they're going to review it. And even though there's nothing wrong, they can keep the 10 days and send it to us later. We wish that we know in the first day nothing wrong, then send it to us. But we can't control what's happening, like I said, at the AGs. And when we calculated the number of days technically that we've seen as examples of how long things have stayed, we've even seen 90 days. We've seen it there for 100 days. Up to this day, since last year, we can't even continue with an RFP with the Guam Trades Academy for students, because it's still sitting at the AG's office. But we're trying our best. We're cutting whatever we need to expedite it at our level. But aside from that, yes, we always have to have a plan A, B, and C. So Jackie, please explain the plans.
Sorry, because you kind of interrupted there, but so how many of these documents are stuck at the AG's office relative to the opening of FB Leon Guerrero?
Everything that, just just a full information. Everything that needs to be procured or purchased for FB is underway. Nothing is being held back. The dollar value dictates what has to go to the AG. If it's $500,000 or more, the RFP, the IFP, the requisition itself has to go through the 4 phases. Each phase has to go through the AG. And that's on, so that timeline is out of our hands. Do we have things at AG? Absolutely. Superintendent and I are trying to get a meeting next week if possible, because, for example, $3.2 million, the approximation for the network switches to have all the schools, internet connectivity, the power school interactions back to our central office, all vitally important. We have network switches, but they are extremely old. We have the money to pay. We're in the procurement process. So
So how many, how many procurements relative to the opening of FB Leon Guerrero are stuck over at the AG's office?
I'll have to get back to you on that because of the dollar values and stuff. But we're putting together a list, because when we go talk to the AG's office, we're going to have a list, RFP numbers, IFP numbers, all of that. We'll give you a copy of that. We'll go, because what we're going to
I want to follow up on my end as well. So if you're blaming the AG and saying that, you know, he's got a bunch of stuff there and that's why we're not going to be able to open FB Leon Guerrero on time, then, you know, I want to be able to make the ask with the details if you're not going to.
No, we're going to ask. We'll give you a copy of it.
Okay.
And we're not saying it's not going to happen. What Superintendent stated to you was one of the extreme cases where it's taken extremely long. We've had some go through much quicker.
But that's not related to FB Leon Guerrero.
That wasn't related to FBLG.
Thank you.
But there are things in the works for FBLG. So we're trying to get ahead of that. And we're saying, okay, this is for FB. Can we give you know, some special look-see, and let's make sure it kind of doesn't get hung up somewhere. That's all. That's the ask. We'll give you a copy of the all the RFP information for that.
Little bit late to be ahead of it. You know what I mean? Deputy Superintendent, dispense that.
Thank you. So first, I really would like to recognize the school leaders of FB, Tizan High School and Simon Sanchez High School. And yes, every week we meet. It's a weekly meeting where our principals take lead in providing us the update of the punch list that they have provided, and also our deputies. What needs to be attended to, any new requests that has surfaced, we pay attention to those. I'm going to say that the mindset of our 3 principals from these 3 schools respectively embrace that they will be ready for the opening of the school year, and that options will be there for them. What they can control, and even ourselves, what we can control, is really all hands on deck. F&M is moving forward to address these schools as top priority. If there was anything that maybe a teacher or someone, a parent, may be raising questions, I strongly recommend that maybe they do need to talk to their principal, because they would have the answer. And we will continue. Schools are set to open August 10. Would these 2 campuses be ready? We're hoping. That's what we're shooting for. Of course, the inspection for FB is scheduled for June 30th, and as what Deputy LG had mentioned, it's going to be done by phases by our Department of Public Health, and we're grateful for that. So everyone from F&M to finance, to the other offices, ESEL, all of us, we're working closely. If not us physically, visibly there, it will be others who are charged with that responsibility, but we're side by side with them. So I like to say that, pretty much what our principals have requested on their punch list is what we are prioritizing.
Again, the question was how late is FP Leon Guerrero going to be in opening? I'm hopeful too. But in the event the school is not ready to open on the first day of classes, August 10th, what is going to happen to the students who attend FP Leon Guerrero? Are they going to stay at Ukadu until the campus is ready?
According to the principal, she said that they will be ready. And what that means would, it will be her level to see where the adjustments need to be made. I listened to her recommendations and how they will address the adjustments, as well as, we're ready to also assist if there should be anything on that first day or that first weeks.
I think the people of Guam are just as confused as I am, because it was in the front page of the newspaper that they're opening a week late. And now you're saying here that, we're hopeful and we're going to open on time. And I'm just trying to prepare the FP Leon Guerrero parents and families for what's to come on the first day of school. So the point is we don't have a clear answer right now.
At this point in time, hopefully by July 22nd, as I had mentioned earlier, I'd have a better idea of where they're at. And if so, it is our responsibility to communicate that to our stakeholders as well.
Okay. Thank you for that, Deputy Superintendent. Oh, I only have 17 seconds left. But, I continue to receive kind of the same concerns from the school level staff, which is challenges with one-to-one coverage, money for daily maintenance and instruction supplies, and there was also a concern shared that the kids, if they do go back to FB because of procurement delays, they're going to be sitting in plastic chairs. Are you able to answer if the lapsed funding that we've discussed here today will be able to be used to fill up these shortages, to include 157 teacher vacancies, which would leave 4,000 students without a teacher? So.
The job fair, hopefully, is going to be, I guess I'm very mindful of what I'm going to say here, right? It's really applicants coming in and applying for the job is what we're hoping to see. And we can definitely look at other alternatives that, maybe our schools might be, not though up until September with the IT, because I now have heard that will be most likely be ready by mid-September. But I have to really say that our teachers and our principals are very intelligent. They know what to do when it comes to teaching, and options are there. So you mentioned earlier about remote learning. Okay, that's going to be something that I have to discuss with the principal. I have not yet heard whether that is something that they are going to implement.
And I appreciate that. I know I'm out of time here, because I know that this was discussed in the School Readiness Task Force meeting, and I understand it's a contingency, but we don't even know what plans 1 and 2 are for the opening of FB and what's going to happen with the students should the school, and it looks like it's not going to be ready by opening day. And so I hope you can appreciate that. I'm just trying to get these answers for my constituents and my stakeholders. Can I get another 10 minutes?
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will. Thank you.
Senator Duenas, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to the board members and, of course, the superintendent and the deputies for being here. Just because it was thrown out there, I want to make sure we understand something. Those 146 teacher positions are budgeted vacancies that you're currently recruiting for, correct? Madam Superintendent, those are budgeted vacancies?
Yes, all the vacant positions that we have, that HR has identified that were reported by the principals are either for those who are currently in the system and are under our budget, those who have retired then those positions are still there for us to hire back those who want to come back. And then the third will be the full-time, limited term, full-time teachers. And then the last would be the part-time limited term teachers with no certifications. So those are all of the positions that covered the vacancies. So the vacancies we have are the same, that are currently budgeted, yes, are the ones that we're recruiting for and should be able to hire.
Yeah, I just want to be clear because we're going into budget season and budgeted vacancies are a much different representation than hiring that you have to have that doesn't fit within your budget. I want to first of all say thank you for the coverage and your representation in terms of the southern schools and your decision, and also your decision that you must go forward to look at opportunities given the fact that I'm going to discuss something real quick here before I go into really quick questions just surrounding my questions on finances. But Madam Superintendent, you aptly put out the information earlier of 36,000 students prior down to 21,000 students, which is a change of 15,000 students going to our schools. You now, and I can proudly say, have a $268 million budget that you can count on going forward, which used to be really your ask before when you had 36,000 students only mere few years ago. And you usually were receiving between $195 to $200 million to try to accomplish that. I'm pointing all these things out, and I am going somewhere with it. We also have charter schools now that are budgeted at $25.5 million, servicing 3,275 students. So when we look at the commitment so far, I think we can demonstrate that the commitment's been there. Can we always use more and have more? Certainly we can. But what we're asking for, and let's be honest with ourselves, we're asking for a whole bunch more, servicing a whole much less in terms of a student population. So we have to reconcile that going forward. Getting to the numbers, and thank you very much, and thanks for understanding, particularly the Frank and Frank team, why we had kind of alarm bells ringing when we had a couple of oversight hearings representing now, and thank you, Frank Cooper-Nurse, for indicating that the fund balance of $82 million going through fiscal year 24 and 25, now whittled down to $26 million in terms of reconciliation. And also, Mr. Leon Guerrero, I continue to sing your praises and believe that you've been fiscally responsible in administering those funds, paying bills on time, and getting us to where we are. But my concern is now, obviously, and I need this on the record, Mr. Cooper-Nurse and Mr. Leon Guerrero, you were representing to us fund balances that you were seeing in the accounts, correct? And what you're representing today is to get down to this $60.4 million are encumbrances and unpaid bills that wasn't represented in fund balances. Can I get that on the record?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. The journey of discovery, I respect it and I understand it. But in that journey, I also want to make sure that we understand something. Under what authority? Because we have senators here that have been chiding us on the issue of expenditures and legislation that we passed, yet there's been a lot of liberty to spend and encumber those funds, even supposedly under a law which restricted it. So what authority have you dug into that and found out what authority those expenditures were encumbered and incurred under? Now, mind you, I understand the 2025 because legislation was still, the authority was still there. But let's be clear, that only represented $2.2 million. That's a gulf between that and the approximately $24 million in total of expenditures.
Well, What authority did the prior superintendent and management team use to spend this? I can't speak for them. All I can say is in our journey of discovery, we uncovered that it was spent. They didn't, we're understanding they didn't necessarily have board approval. They didn't have legislative approval. I can't speak for why they did what they did. We're just finding out that it was done. And of the 26 million, you just missed 26 million. What I do say, it's a little bit of confusion because that 26 million also includes reserve restricted funds like junior ROTC funds. It's still there, but it's restricted, but that's part of the 26. It's not free for us to spend because it's earmarked for junior ROTC events, if you will, obligations. E-rate, IDC, these are all money in the 26 that's still there, but it's non-touchable, so to speak. It's earmarked for its purposes. So if you want to ask me today of the 26 million that we've all thought of, I can tell you right now I'm comfortable, and prior year obligations for grass cutting that were made, janitorials that were made, that's already been done before we came in the door. But if you ask me today of that 26 million that we talk about, $9 million I feel is free and clear that we can apply towards priority spending that was approved by the board and the legislature when you release the spending. But that's what's available, the $9 million. The 26 million spend plan that we got approved was solid in the sense of these are obligations we need to do. The problem we're faced with today is we don't have the full 26. We have 9. And in that 9, some of the 26, I have to tell you, was spent towards FB. We just talked about FB. So we released the initial procurement process steps and paperwork, betting on the come that we were going to get the restrictions released. So it just as Senator Barnett said, why are we waiting? FB needs this. So we started the process. So FB is, we put some seed money for FB for those procurements. But today, if you were to ask me, I have 9 million, we have 9 million unencumbered, unreserved, to go towards a $26 million spend plan. And then there's a $51 million spend plan too.
And that's where I'm going. So essentially, because I think there's been this thought process out there that these expenditures weren't aligned with what are some of the critical areas that we need to fund. So now we're back on track, only it sounds like some of it was spent absent the authority. The authority exists now, but we're still checking off the list of obligations to make sure we make our schools whole and right going forward and get them on the road to opening, and opening under compliance, under the ability to pass inspections, and under schools suitable for learning, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So now I'm at the area where, with the 51 million, I understand you're awaiting a final correspondence of authorized to proceed with regard to that funding, and when that happens, that will free up. Now you have a spending plan, but here's going to be my ask, so that we now have a full reconciliation, and now you've put it on the record that you have $9 million of what I call good money to go in there and exhaust the list of things to take care of our schools. Can we get then a report, say in 15 days, couple of weeks, of all of those encumbrances, how they affect the list of spend plan for the schools opening and going forward, and then what is the pending? Because I'm going to also have another ask. I know that we have a spending plan for the 51, given the fact that there was encumbrances that you didn't know about, and there's a reconciliation now. Madam Superintendent, could you possibly adjust your spending plan on the 51 to make sure we meet the priorities of what needs to be done with the schools, and then see where we may need to backfill with some sort of local appropriation?
Yes, Senator, that's exactly what we're going to do. Because in the first spend plan of the $26 million, we listed all the different projects. But since it brought it down to $9 million, we need now to move some of those over to the 51 million. So we're going to have to make that adjustment, present it to the board on their next board meeting to approve the new spend plan.
That would be great. I think we're all going to be clean after that. And then the fact is that what I really, and I hope you can appreciate why our jaw dropped. It was because what we were hoping was, at least myself and the chair, what we were predominantly hoping was that, wow, this wasn't some we're out of here spendthrift going on, and we're like, whoa, we're holding the bag for things that were not aligned with making sure our schools were going forward. But if they decided, hey, we're sitting here, we're going to encumber these funds, we're going to start ticking off this list, oh well, but it means that it still was aligned to what we have to do to get our schools ready.
So just to share with you, because I know I was working very closely with Senator Borja about the legislation to allow us to spend, our lapses, is that and then hearing that it had passed and moved on to the governor's office and we were waiting. So I asked, of course, DFAS now is to go and find out exactly, just to make sure that we do have the 26 million. Then he came back, brought in one of the analysts, and they said, no, it was like, all you have is like 3 million. I nearly lost it. And, and I couldn't believe it. And then that's when I had to ask DFAS and our chief auditor to do then this audit. It's an audit first, and that's when he came back with the results and showed us what were encumbered, what then already, were obligated. And the plan now is to go back to the encumbrances and see what now we can close and then free up, those monies. Because for me, when it was reduced initially from 26 to 3, and then now we know from the audit that it's really around 9, is that I've instructed our chief auditor now to do an investigation. So it's no longer an audit, it's now going to be an investigation.
Thank you. So we'll get to the bottom of it. I'm sure the board will be quite happy. Now, once again, we're back where I said we were going to be and the chair was, where you're spending money that's available going forward, where the legislation helped you, but you couldn't have spent that money until you get this final authorization anyways. You have an aging list where you've knocked out what the projects that could be knocked out, and then you're moving forward at this point. Just so it's on the record and just so everybody understands, it's a question I need to ask, so that this money then, for sure, is allocated and going to be obligated for capital improvement projects, requirements for equipment, FF&E, whatever else is needed to get the schools going, and it's not going to be programmed for any hiring, rehiring, or budgetary requirements for benefits or any other purpose.
Absolutely, with one caveat. I want to do one caveat. We talked about earlier Tiny Eye. They kept services going for 2 years and weren't paid. They're due money, so we need to pay them. Federal grants are not available anymore. So from that spending plan, we have to make it whole to continue the services to the kids.
Frank Negro, I don't have a problem with that, and I know probably Mr. Cooper Nurse will be there too. I don't have a problem with that because that's not hiring internally, or that's not part of your obligations as running the schools. That's a contract, that's a due obligation, that's paying salaries to people who did the work.
So just to add to that, and as LG was saying, as we covered the lapses and we kind of refined where we're at today in current standing with cash and what's available, you understand from the 26, the 9 is there, and from the 51, that makes it a grand total of about 60. But as LG said, and as I presented earlier, is of that 60, there are still some contingencies that may arise that may affect the availability of that balance. So as we work, and as Dr. Wampat has suggested, is we are going to look into and investigate this matter of how we're spending and whether it's aligned properly to law and spend plans. But additionally, there's still additional risk as auditors we want to identify is that this money is available. Please go back, as you said, work with the board, get an updated approved spend plan, put it in your top priorities, but understand that there's still some payables out there that may surface that either will need to go against these funds or additional appropriations to be made whole.
I understand that, and that's why I'm also once again going to say whatever comes out of the budget going forward as we deliberate in July, like we've done before, what I'm looking to work with you on is when you're exhausting these monies, that we then look at a supplemental appropriation, even if it's something outside of what the final Budget Act passed as. And that is very transparent and very accountable. Because then there's none of this discussion anymore about, well, is there hiring? Are they doing this with the money? Are they doing that with it? No. You have your operational fixed costs that's been passed by this legislature. If it's insufficient, then we move forward and we deal with that. But the fact is, on your capital improvements, you're not commingling those funds. Those are going directly to take care of the kids based on facilities, equipment, and anything needed for teaching and learning on a daily basis. That's fair.
Absolutely.
And that's fair, because we'll talk about budgeted vacancies outside of what your current fixed costs are that you're going to be approved for. But the truth is, I know you have one heck of a job recruiting on that too. That's why I'm saying it's not that we're not committed to it. It's that we have to see your ability to actually recruit and retain in order to use those funds. Otherwise, you're tying up funds that are critical in other areas.
I'd just like to share that because we know we're going to have a difficult time recruiting a lot of people, our HR, we have them and the staff actually stage themselves at all the graduations with all the parents there, relatives, students, and we encourage them and advise and ask them to apply. So, I mean, we're trying to find various ways to make ourselves, known to the public that we're looking for people to hire.
One question, because it came to me from a couple of folks that are working up at DOE, that there are more than just the dump truck and the one backhoe that was purchased. Mr. Leonguero, have you found any other purchases outside of that one dump truck and that one backhoe? Because I've heard of more heavy equipment to include large heavy-duty trucks and other things that were purchased. Can you verify any purchases on the record for me?
Well, I can verify that we have a facility maintenance workforce that handles 38 schools. We don't have 38 vehicles. I mean, we can pay some mileage, but its wear and tear is huge on employees' vehicles. So we took the opportunity, or F&M took the opportunity to go to GSA, and military turns in some of their excess vehicles. So we were able to go to GSA and look at trucks, pickup trucks and vans, that kind of stuff for the maintenance employees to do their job. We have on-call plumbers, we have on-call electricians, pipes burst at 1 in the morning and we need to go. So we were able to do the analysis and see that the vehicles that we were able to bid on at GSA, good running vehicles and all of that, we got them at 40% below, and that's an approximation, it may have been 30%, but some significant percentage below their blue market value. So it was a good deal. We got 15 of them. We needed them. But as far as a heavier duty equipment, I'm not aware of that at this time right now.
Okay, can you check into that and make sure we get a report on that too? So
yes,
you're
sir.
saying one backhoe, one dump truck right now?
That wasn't bought this year. That was bought last year.
Okay. One
I
really
will
final,
get you a full accounting of it.
Yeah, one final real quick question, Mr. Chair. The governor has recently been reallocating from the $104 million ARP. To me, you also now, with the money you had to return, obviously had projects in the pike that may be along the lines of being eligible. Have you spoken to the governor about that? Because I understand they're really concerned about the tight timeline. Obviously, you had until 2026 December, or recently until 2025, and that's when you had to return. But the governor has until 2026. Have you spoken to her about any of those projects that you could use some of that money for, because it was already, it's shovel ready basically, and you were ready to do it or ran out of money to pay for those projects?
Yes, I actually did have that conversation with her and her team. The director of DOA was present. the Lieutenant Governor, the Chief of Staff, some legal counsel, and we were, addressing the 26 million initially. And then we went on to the subject matter of any ARP projects that we have that are approved for ARP, and I said yes, but because we ran out of time in March of 26, we have these two outstanding invoices, I suppose. The large one was 20-some million, and then the other was about maybe 2 million. And I've requested that the governor then assist us by making those payments. So I was instructed to send all of the documents. We did. We gathered everything that we could, which normally our PC, who was handling the accounting of the ARP monies, made sure that all the appropriate documents that we would need to draw down were the documents that we submitted to DOA. I was later told, the most recent is that the amount which we thought was going to be upwards of a little bit over 20 million had dwindled down now to probably, I would say, about $1 million, $1.2 million. So I understand that the governor has returned, and I'm going to try to meet with her as well to see if we can get back those two other, big invoices for her to use in her $104 million ARP monies.
I appreciate it. I think you should keep them at the top of the aging, because I understand some of the other projects under consideration may not meet that December
But
timeline.
ours are all
Sounds like
approved
yours are
already.
ready to go, and you
Yes.
could make payment. Thank you for the liberty, Mr. Chair. I sit back and listen. To just Masi for all your work.
Thank you, Senator Duenas. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good afternoon. It's already afternoon. So a lot of questions were asked, and I just want to follow up on some of them in regarding to the Simon Sanchez facilities. And so it seems to me, in regards to school readiness, I feel like this should be a recommendation that we should include Simon Sanchez as a school readiness project in of itself. So we already heard from today the testimony provided that the FEMA classrooms, which are 20, are expected to be completed. Can you repeat when those classrooms are going to be expected to be completed?
Initially, I know when DFAS was working with the contractor, they were supposed to turn the keys over to us at the end of July. My understanding that there was some hold-up at the other departments to get permits for them to start, so they had a late start. So now that date has moved back, but I don't know specifically what it is. We have Dr. Julie, who is our A&A deputy, is currently off island, and she's been communicating with the contractor to stay on the date line to turn over the keys to us. So, but we told them that we need to have it by the first week of August.
Okay, and then regards to the 24 units of the Guam housing, or the building next to it, and you mentioned earlier that you're looking for funding, and you, according to I guess the governor has about 100 million, which has been whittled down to, I think she signed 70 million to DPW, and there might be some left. So is there an opportunity to seek funding from that pot of money to help complete those classrooms?
My understanding is that the GHC property is not an approved property for ARP, so all the projects that she's going to use, the 104, would be specific only to those that are ARP approved. We did request for that for 2 projects that we have, where the 2 vendors, contractors that we have, and I'm hoping that she'll be able to pay them. The GHC renovation was supposed to be done separately out of local funds that the governor's office was to identify. I don't know where that's coming from, but it is to be done by her office.
And is there an estimate amount?
I'm not quite sure of the amount. I know it has changed because when they put out the RFP for it, they had to pull it back because apparently people around the community has vandalized the building, stripped it of all its copper wires, shutters, you name it, everything that they could take. So it's basically a shell. So then the RFP had to be changed, so there was that delay. So I don't know what the completion date is for that as well.
Okay, so.
But you know as well as, an educator yourself, and what school principals do is that when you don't have sufficient, classrooms, what you do is that then you have your teacher travel, meaning that during their prep time, they don't stay in their classroom. Another teacher comes in with another group of students, and then that's how you try to maximize whatever number of classrooms you have.
Okay, what is the status of the RFP? Is it already completed or is it still in progress?
That I don't know. I have not been communicating with them. It's Dr. Julie who has been, but she's off island. Do you know? No, we don't.
Okay, I think what's needed is something that's online so that the community can track the progress of these individual tasks to help complete the project, because I know the community at Simon Sanchez has gone through a lot. They've been relocated, to JFK. Now they're relocated to Tidzin. And this will be the first graduating class that has not set foot on a Sanchez campus. And so it's really, I feel that we should make this a school readiness task within the board policy.
Yeah. So
to increase the urgency of this.
Yeah, so I'm just messaging now Jack Haddock about this to make sure then that we get that information and putting it on a website, because he's the key person that is monitoring and communicating with FEMA. I know I met with the FEMA agent a couple of months when they were here, and they're definitely still on with the 20 classrooms, and I also confirmed with the FEMA agent as well about the furniture, the collateral equipment that they're going to be purchasing as well. So, but
do you know how quickly that can be done? Because I went by the site, there was nothing there at the moment.
When we did the RFP, we placed a specific date so that then the vendor would have to meet that date to have all of the equipment ordered and delivered and set up the way the SOW was written. And apparently whoever got the bid said that they could, do it. The one thing that we asked FEMA to make sure, because these are FEMA dollars, is that could a company rather order the materials from Korea or from China, the furniture, and that we're not obligated to go with Buy American? They said yes. And so that's why we're thinking that they could bring it in sooner, because they're going to the neighboring countries, close to us. The only thing they could not do that they didn't approve was the smart boards, the Prometheum boards. So that's not included in that purchase.
Okay, in regards to the spend plan, the $51 million that was reimbursed, are there any restrictions to that, or can that be used to pay for the renovation repair of the 24 units next door?
No, those definitely, we have submitted a spend plan to the board already based on everything that we would need to address that, we currently don't have funding for. So the first originally 10.6 million was strictly for FB, and that's all right now moving forward. And then everything else that we included, we now have to go back to the board and adjust the spend plan for the 51 million, because we were shy. All we have is 9 million left of the 26. And so now we have to move all of the other projects over to the 51 million. So the adjustment will have to be made there, and a new spend plan to be approved by the board.
And so this money would have to be sought through appropriations, or how would we pay for the repair of these 24 units, or where do you see the funding coming from?
That's strictly by the governor's office. It's not us.
Okay. Or through the legislature?
No, it's
the governor's office?
It's the governor's office.
Okay, in regards to, Chairwoman Judy Gutherds, I really like your idea that the government office, we should reduce our government expenditures and consolidate our government offices within these underutilized schools. I think that's a great idea. I look forward to, making that happen through legislation or what have you. And the other thing that I've proposed, for some time is magnet schools. So what GCC has is the school within the school concept, but expanding that to other types of careers. So STEM for instance, and if we can find partners within our community to help work synergistically with the curriculum in the schools, I think that would help. And what I really like to advocate is that whatever data that GDOE is creating in regards to reducing reduced numbers matriculated in schools, I think we should also very early on engage the community on how they would like to see that school be utilized. And I think, when you have the communities such as Truman Elementary, they reached out to my office and they basically, it really was clear to me that they have demonstrated, academic outcomes. And it's very hard to recreate something like that. Quantifying numbers and seats is easy to do, but not to quantify the gains that are made in the classroom. It's very difficult to do that. And I think we should support schools that are really geared, or they're really focused on that. They have this community, and that's my ask, is that we, as an island, as a department, as a division, to really bring in the community, because they can really make this much more powerful, this learning environment much more powerful, in addressing the declining numbers that are enrolled in schools. The other thing I wanted to ask in regards to, federal grants, what are the federal grants being pursued by GDOE? Are you seeing a change happening, and how can that be utilized to leverage any of the challenges that are being faced right now?
So for special education, we do have the formula grants for special education under OSEP, Office of Special Education. I need to know the figure. Head Start program has about, I believe, $4 million for Head Start program. And CG, we have yet to get the amount, but we did submit consolidated grant proposal. We have not heard anything from the U.S. Department of Education yet regarding the approval of that proposal. So, and thank you for asking that questions, because as what we have mentioned before, we do not want to supplant, right? And many of our projects or initiatives under consolidated grants are really for, one is stipend for teachers who are doing credit recovery, teaching after-school programs, summer school programs. That's one. The other one is providing professional development or training for our teachers, purchasing technology equipment, including smart boards, computers, iPads, or notebooks for those for the children, instructional supplies and materials are also provided for under those kind of activities. And of course, for special education, some services for our students with IEP. So, and personnel as well, personnel who handles the projects. So those are the type of services, professional development, personnel, and materials that we provide under those federal grants, whether those are formula grants or competitive grants.
Okay, so how much did you ask for consolidated grants? What's the total did you propose?
Okay, so it's the same amount as what we proposed from last year, as we were actually required to do the same, to work around with the same amount. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because our ANA is not here under federal, is it 36?
So you're right. So we're maintaining the same amount, and we didn't feel like we are in any position to try to request for more, because we know that the department right now, a US DOE, is disorganized. And so what they're doing is they're just carrying over the same amount, just like the IDC, when we can negotiate, they decided just to keep the status quo. And then initially, when we were told about the 3-year plan for the consolidated grant, it was also that indicated again that we continue to work with the same dollar amount. What we've done is that we've actually written some other grants as well, so that we can bring in more money to the department. So what we're trying to do here in this case, and you know, this Dr. Levi mentioned this, is that it's so critical that when you write legislation, that be very cautious though to say that, you know, you want this particular program and then you're going to provide funding for it. Is it something that's going to be sustainable every year? And once you do that, I cannot use federal dollars anymore. And there are several legislations that we have on the books that really we should consider repealing, so that then you don't have to provide the local funding and we would leverage federal dollars instead. So, so this year, that's exactly what we're doing, knowing the situation when we met with the chairman on Ways and Means, is that we're looking at what is it in the local budget that we're requesting for that we can leverage also with federal dollars, so that then we're going to be able to live within our budget and sustain it, you know, for the entire year and even in the future. I'm not using, like, for example, I will tell you this, is that none of the lapses that we have are monies that are going to be used for something that cannot be sustained next year and any year after that. So that means I'm not going to use the money to hire positions, because I'm going to have to go back to the legislature to ask you to sustain that again. So it's all for projects that needed to be done. A lot of CIP projects. Yes, we included, you know, several of the fields, the sports facilities. I know GPA has been working right now at GW, so they're, you know, doing that. But a lot of it is facilities. A lot of it are contracts that we must continue for, you know, that somehow were not paid for last year or even the previous year of federal dollars. So we're using all these monies to address those, you know, type of contracts that we need to pay, are obligated to pay.
Thank you for that response. So what is the amount that you asked for?
So it's the same amount. So we're looking at approximately $36 million.
36 million, okay.
So they're all basically status quo, the same with SPED, the same with Head Start, and with consolidated grants.
Okay, thanks. Is there a possibility to reprogram Head Start? So let's say there's less individuals to reprogram it to early Head Start. is that an opportunity?
We just had that meeting with Head Start director a couple of days ago because there is she's closing actually several classes because of the lack of registered students. And so we were working with her to see maybe if what we could do is that we look at any of the preschool children that we have that we could qualify and then keep some of those classrooms open. But the numbers that she's getting from the mayors, because she's been working with some of these mayors and in 2 particular villages that these centers will be closed, that they just don't have the numbers at all, even if we look at preschool. So we were looking at preschool, pre-gate, kinder, Head Start, all those. We were just trying to see how we can populate the Head Start program so that we can keep them open, because those are federally, funded as well. But the numbers aren't there at all.
Yeah, that's really critical, unfortunately, that not many students are availing of that, because that would really help boost literacy. So when it comes time for kindergarten, they're ready,
yes,
school ready.
You are correct, and we even went to public health as well to look at the numbers, and we even have the data for that, where every year the numbers are just dropping. And we feel that because you're correct about literacy and numeracy, in our new 3-year consolidated grant, our focus now for our schools will be on literacy and numeracy as well.
Okay, thank you. In regards to absenteeism, so I've heard some issues in regards to making the calls, for classrooms that don't have the phone lines. There's some issues with that. And also in regards to parents dropping students off late, is there a need to review the current board policy to address this, or what is, what is GDOE's initiative to address absenteeism or improve the response to it?
It is very concerning when we listened to the recent data dialogue that we had with all our schools. Chronic absenteeism is defined as 2 absences a month, up to 18 in a year. This impacts the attendance rate, overall attendance rate, which impacts academics. If our students are not in school and not getting the instruction because they're absent, it really impacts academics and the entire well-being of the student. Social and emotional is another aspect. So what are we doing? The schools have already shared what their focus and their attention, their priorities for next school year. And one that stood out across all our schools is really to address the parent engagement piece, working with the parents and helping our parents to understand that having their child go to school every day really matters. So through the support that is going to come out from the Office of Educational Support and Community Learning, our social workers, along with our counselors, along with our teachers and our principals, will be addressing the serious concern of absenteeism. One that we are pointing out or will be pulling as part of our presentation is the policy, the law as well, which brings in, the need of the child, and that's the child neglect piece. Attendance is really serious. The other one is looking at our programs that really brings counseling support to our students and intervention. How can we help our students who are behind because of absences? Of course, if it's medical, then that's also a different story, a different way of helping our students get back, be on track. So all of these aspects of attendance is going to be, almost all the schools have shared their focus. Additionally, the other piece that we need to strengthen, which was mentioned earlier, is the PBIS. And we're bringing in also the multi-tier systems of support in looking at our students from Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So Tier 2 will be most of those students who have shown poor attendance. But overall, we really want to address it through a prevention approach, by getting our families to be more versed in why attendance matters. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Guthertz. Sorry, can you turn on your mic? Yeah, thank you.
For all of our principals and our leadership team at the Department of Education and the school board. But in talking about this, I recall years ago, in another life, I was in law enforcement. And I remember the then Superintendent of Education, and Dr. Wanpat, I think you were a principal then, Mrs. Nelson. She called me one day and she said, Dr. Guthertz, I need your help. I would like you to instruct your patrol officers when they're out there in the field and they see children that should be in school, and a lot of them were middle school agers or high school students, to bring them to my office. I'd like them to be brought to my office, and I will deal with their tardiness or their absences from the schools directly. And, you know, I talked to the officers, operational major at the police department, and we worked something out, and so we started doing that. Patrol officers that see students playing hooky from school would approach them very nicely and say, come, let's go to the Department of Education, because you're supposed to be in school. And they brought them directly to the superintendent's office. And Mrs. Nelson would individually sit down with each student, talk to them. She would also feed them, by the way, when they were there. And she would mentor them and escort them back to their schools personally. That's how important attendance was at that time. So we need to use some interventions that may not be just the truant officer kind of approach, but an approach that is more constructive to help our students who have a tendency to stay away from school. First, to get the counseling, one-on-one counseling in a constructive manner, and to let them know that we care about you. We want you to get a good education. We want you to stay in school. So we're going to help you now. And that started with the superintendent. So I would suggest that we build some kind of program in place that is not necessarily one that punishes students, but impresses upon them why they need to be in school and what can we do to help you so that you'll be able to go to school and stay in school and finish the classes that you're supposed to be taking. It's sort of a more constructive approach rather than a penalty type approach for absences. So I would suggest that we consider something like that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And yes, we have to think of it holistically and just show that we care and using those added interventions. I know the tier 1, tier 2, 3, and 3 supports, but I've also heard about the emotional curriculum, right? Emotional intelligence curriculum, which I think was really good, but it'd be nice to bring out these curriculums that are effective, maybe see what, these work in addition to tailoring other types of curriculum. So when I was a teacher, I piloted permaculture. So something that can be more relevant to the students, something that, really engages them and makes them want to come to school is another option. I've also introduced legislation to increase early childhood literacy through the healthcare professional,s and so working with Department of Public Health and Social Services would be great as a preventive measure. So I know we can't solve everything here today, but I know we're running really long. I know you guys probably dwindling in energy, and we still have more probably testimony today. So at this time, I'll yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Senator Taitagui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I had to leave a little bit earlier, and I'm playing catch-up right here. I was able to take your presentation with me and looked at some of the areas. So, and I know you're very hungry, so I'm going to try and get this done. So make your answers short. Just answer short, okay? So has there been a master plan update? I know that Dr. Swanson had a master plan for GDOE, and I'm not sure if, Superintendent, you plan on fulfilling his master plan, or have you rearranged this master plan for DOD?
We have what we call the 5-year strategic plan that was drafted by both the department staff with the board. Is that what you're talking about? Because that's nearing already, the expiration of it.
Right.
So we are working on updating that strategic plan.
And when do you have that update? When is it expected?
We have to set up a work session with the board.
Okay, when does this expire? Oh, go ahead.
Next year. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so you guys should be starting on that right now, on that update. I mean, it should have started now. Sometimes it takes things like this, like a master plan, to take this long, and for you guys to wait for the very last minute. I mean, that's a lot of issues with the government of Guam. Procrastination is costing this government so much money, and not addressing delinquent payments, that's another thing, and I'm surprised DOE hasn't been sued more than they have in the past. So other than that, I just ask that you get that master plan up and running right away so that it can be presented so the people of Guam can see where the direction of DOE is going and not just, crossing our fingers here. It also helps on the financial end to find out how much money truly DOE needs to implement that financial plan. I know it's something like around, $250 million or something like that, but we need to look at the low-hanging fruit. So you did have something to say. Go ahead.
Yes, so in terms of the strategic planning, by next week, all our school principals and assistant principals, together with all the department heads, will be meeting, and all the division heads and directors will be meeting to really begin with the portrait of the graduate, and from there conduct planning on putting together a strategic plan.
It's master plan.
Looking at the old strategic plan, the management audit and everything, put it together. And I know that Senator Borja is invited to be there during the first day together with the GEB chairwoman and other stakeholders, including parent representatives, students, former students, so we can bring them in and start working on the strategic plan, or what you call it, master plan.
Thank you so much. That's very enlightening to know that's happening. And, Madam Superintendent, I hope that in this master plan, you'll look at not just the sustainability of our infrastructure in this master plan, but the modernization of school facilities in being energy efficient, as well as upgrades and reliable digital connectivity. We're going in that world of digital technology and moving in that direction. If, Madam, you're the one that brought that up. So I think we need to look at ensuring our students are continuously taught that emerging technologies and prepare them for the changing workforce that we are now starting to see. It's a whole different workforce. They don't have to wait to get to the University of Guam to understand there's going to be a change. They need to do it at the elementary level. This is what's going to happen in your reality because technology is changing so high. GDOE has been at high risk guarantee status. Even since the third-party fiduciary was already released in 2024, I think, if that's correct, 2024. But they were put in place because of federal grants and the mismanagement. So my question is, what have you done since to get out of that status of high-risk grantee, number one? Number two, what are you doing to, substitute that third party to ensure there's checks and balances for the spending, not just the spending, but, ensuring grants are properly put together. So I think Cooper Nurse is here. I'm glad to see you again. It's always good to know that you're around with DOE. You definitely have an institutional knowledge on this subject matter. And so what has been put in place?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So as far as high-risk grantee, so we've been designated as a high-risk grantee for about 2 decades, I believe. And we had a third party since 2010. We recently, well, not recently, we were successful in removing the third party as a fiduciary agent. The specific conditions still place us on a high-risk designation. We're working towards full removal. As part of the plan in our negotiations with USAID, we developed what's called the REP, which is the Reconsideration Evaluation Plan. And what that is it's very similar to a corrective action plan from an audit, and it details all the several areas that placed us on high risk and all of these outstanding areas that we need to address to remove the designation. So I'm happy to say we're about 90% done. In our completion and running this through the final goalpost, so to speak, USAID's Risk Management Services Office, which is our counterparts to address the high-risk designation, was affected with the Trump administration's, is it the early rifts that were taken? So a lot of the employees were no longer with USAID. We just recently established contact, and they're rebuilding an oversight department. In terms of addressing the checks and balances since the absence of the third party was there and they were doing different things in the department. One of the final piece that they had was fiscal oversight and monitoring. So prior to removing the third party, they put in an independent reviewer, which is my office, and then they put in an added specific condition, which is a collaborative audit with OPA. So what you're seeing now is, and you can hear some of our deputies saying we're getting advisement, we're seeking advisement, or these are being flagged. When it comes to federal expenditures, we get to look at it. Generally, it's when it's in the process, we're examining internal controls, but then we're looking at the compliance relative to federal regulations in its entirety when it's complete. And then in addition to that, per the specific conditions, we are engaged in continuous auditing with OPA. And I know that right now we have a current engagement which is close to finalization, which is the AC review. So that's kind of the checks and balances that's in place. As the third party's gone, you have an independent reviewer, which is internal audit. And then outside of the independent reviewer, we have additional checks and balances with collaborative audits through OPA.
And then for the sake of transparency, how much of that information, especially on the spending of these grants that are received and that you oversee, is on the website for us to review?
So federal grant expenditures, we report out through not only in our audit committee, but we post that as well. So in my website, we can put what's called the grant status report, and it'll take you, we try to do that monthly, and we reconcile to the G5. So 2 things you'll be able to see is the grants that we have, the alignment of the expenditures of where that's at, and then kind of the G5 sitting balances. So you'll know that this is the total awards to GDOE, this is the awards and the expenditures of the draw, and then additionally, we also provide that to the legislature. I believe I want to say quarterly. that we report out both local and federal expenditures.
Thank you so much. And lastly, with regards to finances, is there a spreadsheet that you put on the website to actually show the public what is obligations that you have yet to spend, or not spend, but to pay off prior debt obligations?
See, and that's where this whole process and the budgeting process and the administrative handling of how this was recorded in system could have been improved. Because there is a process, and there's actually a law that all government of Guam agencies report local expenditures quarterly to the legislature. We comply with that, and in terms of the quarterly submissions, it'll break down by GDOE schools and division how much was appropriated, how much was expended, and we include the encumbrances. So those encumbrances are really set amounts against the appropriation balances. In addition, the EFSC has monthly meetings that kind of trace through the appropriation and the movement of those funds through DOE.
And it also is recognized as a prior year not a prior year, it also is recognized, I hope, on your spreadsheet. And this is all online for us to see as well, all those vendors that have not been paid, all the contracts that have not been fulfilled. Is that online so that we can see?
Very good question. So what we're looking at is it's current year being reported, and when they're doing current year, they're doing payables that are recorded in the system. The anomaly that we're finding, and as the management team is uncovering, is there's some liabilities and some invoices that have yet to be received. Therefore, it's very difficult, even from an audit perspective, and we're going into the system to do a deep dive of what's out there. It's very difficult to be transparent with debt and commitments and obligations when they're not properly and timely recorded. It's unheard of to get invoices 6 months after it's received. It's even worse when we do get it, that it doesn't appear in our financials and it's transparent. So that's part of you heard our superintendent earlier saying she asked for our review, and now she's asking for a further audit investigation into the matter.
So what is the turnaround in paying these obligations out?
Good question. The turnaround is approval of spending plans, because it wasn't budgeted, it wasn't even foreseen, it was out there. But now that as we're becoming aware of it, and the federal funds have become unavailable, expired, et cetera, it's now local funds. And the local funds are on the prior year lapses. This is what we've been talking about for the spend plans. We have the board has approved 2 spend plans, $51 million for that ARP monies that were reimbursed to us for salaries. We're waiting for a letter of determination, so we don't have a clear signal to use that $51 million, but we have a spend plan for that $51 million. We had $26 million in prior year lapses, which we have a board-approved spend plan for, but we don't have the $26 million. As we did a forensic analysis, we talked about this earlier. The funds were either further restricted for like junior ROTC and IDC and E-rate equipment. They have some restrictions. And then there was prior year obligation earmarks that didn't come up because it was prior year that we're paying for now. So of the $26 million that we had a spend plan for, we really only have $9 million that we can spend on that $26 million. So that's what the superintendent mentioned earlier. We now have to go revise the $51 million spend plan to move stuff from the approved $26 million spend plan that can't be covered with the existing funds, and we have to reprioritize.
Okay, well that kind of, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Cooper-Nurse,
I'm
because that
sorry,
was kind of...
were you asking on timeliness of payables being paid and executed?
Right. So that's what I was asking. On title, and also, these invoices that you receive, how quickly is the turnaround that you posted online to show that, it's an obligation, a debt that DOE has and has yet to be paid once you receive these invoices?
So I'll have Frank. I mean, from an audit perspective, we do not like aging payables.
I'm sorry, say that last one.
From an audit perspective, we do not like these aging payables. These payables, in order to go out for contracting, as I said earlier, you have to have funding. You have to have a certification of funds. You have to have funds available. You have to have an appropriation. You have to have a spend plan, and you have to have the authority to move this. After you do that, you contract. When you perform an executed valid contract and the service providers provide those services and give you an invoice, that needs to be recorded timely and processed in the system. The sooner you can record the invoice and the liabilities in the system, the sooner it can be tracked on aging and payables. So that's why I'm saying is, as the execution of this has to be so that we are timely recording our liabilities, our obligations, more so our invoices into the system, and then taking those actions to make those payments timely, because funding, either federal or local, in order to get those contracts and services provided, would have been available. And it's a matter of internal processing and efficiencies.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So as far as how quickly we're paying, I mean, this sounds odd, but we're paying as fast as we can pay. As the restrictions got released, as we determined how much actual money we could use of the 26 million, but now we have to reprioritize, because FB Leon Guerrero is trumping everything. FB Leon Guerrero has the #1 priority on the spend plans. So that, and right now we have 10.6 million that we're looking at for FBLG in various stages of procurement. But we have some of those vendor payments that were unfortunately overlooked or ignored by prior administration. And it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. So they need to be paid. We talked about this earlier. And they will be paid, but it's part of spend plans. Now the spend plans need to be adjusted when the reality is that we have 9 million. So we're going to have to, as the superintendent said earlier, we're going to have to revise our spend plan and go back to the board with the revised, to get approval for the revised spend plan. But it's exactly what you're talking about. These businesses that had invoices that were, for whatever reason, overlooked or squirreled away, they need to be paid. We're going to pay it. We just need approval from everybody. As Senator Duenas said, it's becoming very clear. You need to spend the money where it needs to be paid, and then let's see what's left for the schools. Thank you.
Well, as you know, when you're going out to procurement, you have to recognize the funding before you do anything first. But I don't want to see us recognizing funding, having a project put in place, and then you revert that funding to another project. Now that is a no-no. That should not even be done. If you already recognize this money, that money stays on that project, no matter what, unless you come to this body to ask that money to be moved to another project for some reason. But you still have to come to this body and explain, well, is the vendor paid? Because we've seen this issue in other agencies. The Guam Memorial Hospital has the same issue. They don't pay their vendors. They don't get critical needs to the hospital because of that. And that's what's going to happen to DOE. You're not going to get anybody who wants to deal with DOE because they're known for not paying out. So that's why I want to make sure it's all transparent online so we can see it and we can see where that money is going. Also, I want to be able to just touch on the students and their issues with depression and child suicide and what's going on. It's a huge issue. Now, what is DOE doing to train, not just, you have counselors in there and psychologists in there, but you need to train the faculty. You need to train the staff, support staff, on how to recognize when a child is depressed or going into the deep end. You also need to find ways to train students on how to recognize their classmate if they're depressed or anything. And what would that student do? Who would they see if they find a classmate who's deeply depressed and needs assistance? Because a lot of times everything is hush-hush in situations like that. So have you began any kind of training or workforce to address these students who are taking their lives unnecessarily and not getting the help they need?
Yes, Senator, we recognize that, and we've actually our psychologists have actually been working on this program, and it's called a screening program that we're going to be administering to the children with the assistance of our counselors, our school counselors as well, faculty, to be able then to identify, these children. And then once they're identified, then they get referred further up to eventually see one of our psychologists or anyone outside of the department. We do have we put out an RFP, and we have a solicitor already who responded, and they should be conducting the training. I don't have the exact dates as to when it would start, but all those are now in the works, like I said, for the training then to happen. But that we hope to actually start and pull it out this school year.
Yeah. So it's not just, my concern is not just faculty, but you have custodians, you have one-to-one aides that need to be trained to identify this issue. And the last question I have, Mr. Chair, is I noticed that your fleet is aging. You know, the vehicles that you have right now, they're quite a bit, and it's aging out. Have you found a way to replace some of those vehicles? Because there's quite a bit. Or do you plan on, replacing them, and how are you going to do that? Have you set aside funding for it?
Well, I'm the acting person in charge, and so I can only tell you what I know. Replacement of the vehicles, as far as I know, aren't being addressed right now. It's maintenance of the vehicles and keep them running. We are surveying those vehicles that are beyond their life. The monies that we have right now are going into the facilities. If we need vehicles as they're aging and no longer lifeful, that's what happened earlier this year when they went and got some from GSA at a discounted price. And they're 2, 3, 4-year-old vehicles, so relatively good health, good lifespan still left on them. But we recognize the need, but we're not going to let our workmen walk to a school to fix it. So we do what we need to do to keep the repairs going and concentrate on the facilities. And as money becomes available to replace the fleet as it ages, then we will do that.
Okay, I'm sure it's going to be part of the plan, right? The master plan on correcting certain areas like that. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Madam Superintendent, how many deputies do you have under you?
4. One for finance, but one is off island at a training right now in DC. That's the assessment and accountability. Deputy who oversees facilities and maintenance and all federal programs. And then curriculum and instruction is Dr. Riza, and for schools and school learning is Jackie.
Okay, so we're just missing one deputy that's off island, and he oversees maintenance? She? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, great. See, women can carry, a wrench and things like that. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Taitukui. Before we go with additional questions, we'll go ahead and open up for public comments. Mr. Ho, Ms. Lee, you guys would like to come up? And I think Dr. McNinch also. Yes. You may proceed, Mr. Ho.
Thank you. My name is Ho. I'm here to represent Cortec. Cortec is currently doing the major projects for GDOE's refurbishment project. I think we need to make some facts straight. So the DFAS, Franklin mentioned that Cortec did something outside of the scope that is not actually accurate. So we want to correct the facts. What happened, 2024, GDOE issued invitation to bid for 4 different reasons, covering 32 schools. So we submit the bid, and the total congregates amount is about $300 million. However, because of the funding matter, GDOE issued only 4 schools. And then after that, they added 2 schools, and then another 4 schools. So currently, we finished the 12 schools. However, because the bid, it was not really a comprehensive, like a brand new building, rather it's a refurbishment. So what GDOE did, they issued so similar to IDIQ, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. It's like they specify the activities and they specify the quantity, So contractor should submit a unit price. So what happened, after we get the award, we walked through the project site with the GDOE, and we realized the given quantity throughout the bidding process was not accurate. So in construction field, the differing site condition, different quantity is common. So we explained to GDOE, we can stick to the specified quantity. That's the best way that we can do that. So we will not incur any additional cost. However, GDOE asked with the assurance that they have enough funding. At the time, they had a funding. They asked us to continue and complete the required repair of the roof cracks in order for them to get a inspection done with public health. So we did the job, but I kind of noticed that there is a disconnect between the prior management under Dr. Swanson, because at the time, we received the letter confirming the job was done, and then they are going to look for the funding so they can pay us. So far, there are $20 million pending since 2024. We have not charged any interest for that amount. In fact, throughout the year and a half, GDOE had never questions about the numbers. And primarily, when GDOE issued the bid, they ask, for the same job, they ask for 3 different pricing. Pricing 1, based upon regular time. Pricing 2, based upon overtime without weekend. And price 3, including overtime plus weekend time, only because of the time constraint. And then the school needs to do the teaching. So they know that we cannot do the work during regular working hours. So GDOE, depends on type of the work, they opt out for us to continue the job based upon the extended working hours. So the $20 million unpaid value is basically based upon contracts. It's not that we create, we ask for it. As you know, because of the abolishment of federal DOE, and then they kind of yanked that out of fund. So we continue our job for the safety for the students, but at the same time, GDOE finally issued to stop the job. So we inform them, once you stop the job, there will be a time extension for us to complete the projects. And at the same time, because we stopped the project, we need to demobilize, and then we need to remobilize when the fund is available. That comprised the change order. And I understand that, thank God that GDOE has enough cash flow, and we would like to basically want to understand what's the timeline. After Dr. Wonpad took the position, we had one meeting, just one meeting, but Dr. Wonpad was not really familiar with the entire history, and we fully understand that. And then Dr. Wonpad mentioned that we don't have funding. That was several months ago. And we acknowledge that. I asked, okay, Speaker, could you please issue a letter in writing that GDOE will not have funding, or it does not have funding, therefore GDOE cannot make the payment. Then CTI will take the next step, whether it's going to be a legal lawsuit, etc. We have never threatened GDOE to pay or not. We didn't talk about the interest. We didn't so far incur any interest cost. Somebody tarnished our name, but I want to make sure that the records are straight here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O. Dr. McNinch.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Ron McNinch. I'm on the school board. I was sworn earlier, and I was invited to the meeting, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk today. Just very briefly, I know that Senator Gumatau had mentioned a point. I guess he mentioned a point about one of the points I raised at the school board, And I guess that the information that I was concerned about, I did pass on to your staff, so you guys can follow up on that if you'd like to. But also, just I wanted to point out that Dr. Wampat and no senator was in that meeting, from what I understand. And it could be just that things were said in jest that then are taken in the other way. And I would like it to be just clarified a little bit. And I think in the interest of just being transparent and open with the public. And that's the main points. There are other substantial points that I did send everybody on emails, is just basically comments. And if you have any questions about those, just you can email me or always call me, no big deal. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNinch. Ms. Lee.
Half a day, good afternoon. My name is Aina Lee. I'm from the Korean community, but I've been living in Guam for 44 years. I have one concern that I wanted to just bring up because of the public hearing here. I was appointed by 2019, one of the company in Korea, Samjin. I'm a certified business translator, and I'm certified for the court translator. I was hired as a translator because he has a language barrier. So he asked me if I can represent, and with the contracted in Guam, Samjin Wadako was built 8 units of kindergartens in Guam Charter School. And they have not been paid for over 10 years. So I asked several times with the charter school, the board, but they keep referring to the legal counsel, Jackie Tulai. But when the other vendors were sued by, they were able to get paid. But this gentleman, Chairman Lee, was not suing, and good-hearted that he was able to donate over $77,000 worth of chairs and desks for the charter school to be established. But they still have not paid. So I was wondering if we can, GDOE can support and help to make this payment. And I went back to the Guam Charter School that they're utilizing very well with the school operation at this moment. So I was wondering if the GDOE can help and to settle this amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And that'll conclude the public comments. If my colleagues have any additional questions for, I mean, you guys want to ask the panel or even the GDOE leadership team, but we'll go with Senator Barnett. You have any additional questions or comments? Okay. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just 3 questions regarding the audit. So I know you finished phase 1. You've accepted the audit. This is for GDOE, by the way. Sorry. And so now we're into the implementation and evaluation phase. There's talk about corrective action. Have you actually developed corrective action plans for the?
Well, there's 2 audits. We've got the textbook audit, which we've already done all the corrective plan, and we're going to present that to the board. The other is the curriculum audit, and that's exactly what Dr. Risa was, talking about, earlier, and Franklin. So we met with the consultants with us, and we are at the 3rd phase of what we need to do with the audit, and they are going to assist us with that. The deputies were instructed to share the findings, and for them to look at their findings and to come up with corrective actions as well. So that is yet, to be received from every division. But we're definitely working, towards that. Did you want to know something about the strategic plan?
No, just the audit itself.
Just
and
the audit,
my
yes.
concern too, I know when you stepped in as an interim superintendent, I think a couple years ago, there was only like 2 procurement professionals in DOE. And so my concern is the turnover within the department, and specifically within the procurement division. Do you have enough staffing to handle procurement for GDOE?
I think when she, and Dr. Wampat can probably attest to this as well, I don't recall only having 2 people in our procurement office. There's others. Do we have sufficient staffing in procurement? That's really one of the things that's being assessed Obviously, we like to, in every division, we'll always want to advocate for more staffing, but in terms of having the correct staffing, that should probably be answered by the procurement person themselves or the deputy. But we are looking at staffing levels. One of the bigger things is making sure that they're adequately trained, certified, and then we have processes in place that lend itself to efficiency. So going back to the management audit, they made recommendations to improve efficiency. They also made recommendations to increase staffing. So it's twofold. Right now, again, I know there's more than 2 trained individuals in there, and we've never had that low of a staff count. I don't recall right off the top of my head what's the actual staff count, but there is recommendations for improving not only the procurement training and the efficiencies, but also the staffing.
Also, I'd like to add to that. Well, we have 2 buyer 2s, we have buyer 1, so the number 2 is not accurate. What I wanted to add to it was that procurement, although it's a year-long enterprise, sometimes for 2 reasons. End of year, everybody understands end of year is coming. Oh, I haven't spent all my money, I need to do that, which causes a log jam in procurement. So had that procurement been spread out evenly across the whole year, there would be less of a requirement to bring extra procurement resources online to deal with the logjam. You shouldn't have been into the logjam in the first place. The second thing is that I spoke earlier about, for whatever reason, the management of some of our procurement systems, our financial management systems, they were shut down for the end user to do the procurements, to enter the procurements for 4 months. Okay, that 4 months out of 12 months is significant. We are reducing that down now. So now, instead of contributing to the log jam, we will be thinning out the log jam by having them enter their procurements earlier, faster. So I think the concern really becomes the log jam hits, and how are you going to deal with the log jam? There's lots of ramifications from that. The federal money could expire if it's not done in time. The people who are doing the procurements have family lives. They're working now overtime to get through this. It's a big, crazy exercise that this year we're trying to alleviate. We now have some extra help coming in to do some of the light work, if you will. There always has to be some phone calls to see, some market research has to be done. So we can help with some of the lightweight stuff to help free up time for our procurement analysts. So I would have to say that how we are staffed today, I'm not prepared to say I need to bring a bunch of more people in. I'm prepared to say that we are sharpening the processes that we have, and let's figure it out from there.
Yeah, that's good. I think whenever you submit a budget, you should already have a procurement plan in place, and with all the the packages ready to go, so it's we don't face that bottleneck. The other thing is, first of all, back to procurement. How many are trained with all 4 modules within DOE?
I have to get back to you on that, I know that we have 5 DOE positions right now doing Module 1 training in the current module that's going on. But I'll get the total numbers for you.
Yeah, because you need all 4 to complete these procurement, the bigger ones. So that's really a concern of mine. And also compliance. So there's an issue with some of the vendors that, that they don't fulfill, I guess, the terms of the contract, but yet they get paid in full. So has there been any SOPs to address that, or practices?
There's no payments being made. There's a validation process of the invoices when contractors want to be paid for progress payments or work performed or services provided. There's a process in place that the end user, there's people that have to go and validate and verify that the work has actually been done. Our accounts payable people will return the invoice if it's not properly vetted that way. Internal auditing also looks, there's a checks and balances. So a lot of times when some of these payments have to go out to the contractors, we get IAO takes a look at it, because some of these payments require federal draws, that we draw money down to make payments. And IAOs, part of their third-party oversight responsibilities that they inherited, they get involved in that. So there are more eyes than you realize that are doing the check and balances. The paperwork has to be right. Sometimes a vendor will say, yeah, let's say, for example, we contracted some laptops, and they come back with an invoice, and they say, well, we didn't, if you bought 5 laptops, but 4 of them we had, 1 and we didn't. So here's the total for all 5 we substituted, and now we want you to pay. We can't pay that because the original invoice went out for a certain requirement. They didn't meet that requirement. Now we have to figure out how we're going to handle that. It's that detailed, and there is a lot of check and balances going on before payments are made. I am not aware that any vendors are getting paid for work that's not been done.
Okay, and Franklin, Mr. Gubernator, you raised your hand on that
That's
one.
a very interesting question that you're asking, because from an internal audit standpoint, we also field hotline concerns and meet with people anonymously. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some concerns, and there's a collaborative audit ongoing. So I think that the audit that we have engaged right now does cover some of those concerns. However, I can't speak to the results of the findings until OPA releases and does the final reviews of those audit findings.
And of course, we have members that came here today looking for payment too. So how would DOE address these as well?
In the case of Mr. Ho right next to me, Cortec, we have legal discussions ongoing. I heard what he had to say, and I understand what he had to say, but I'm also here to tell you that the procurement processes for its entirety were not followed properly. There's paperwork missing. You cannot add a change order to a contract that is already expired. You can't change an expired contract. And in the event of Cortec, there's 3 or 4 change orders that have come in to change the original contract for extra work to be paid when the contract expired December 2025. The change orders were not executed. In fact, to this day, the change orders have not been executed, but they were not executed before the termination of that contract. So now we're into a legal situation, and that's what I alluded to earlier. You cannot modify an expired contract. I'm sorry, you can't do that. Well, if you don't have a modified contract, how do you pay? What is your authority to pay? So that's where we are. It's one thing for somebody to come in front of you and say, hey, GDOE, you know, we did this, and they don't want to pay us. Fact of the matter is, one of the reasons we're here is to dot the I's and cross the T's. If something wasn't handled properly, procurement-wise, paper-wise, we don't have the authority to bypass the law and just pay. So this matters in a legal discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if I could just pivot to another question. So there is a constituent actually saying that if it's possible to get the guidance counselors to call parents regarding absences. So once it's logged into the Power School, that it could be referred to the guidance counselors to follow up with. So that's just another option.
Okay, noted. I will tell you this. I get phone calls from GDOE saying my son was absent from school. Unfortunately, I don't have any sons in GDOE school right now, so they're using an old phone number. But there is a process in place that is being used. I don't know if it's 100%, but I know there is a process because I get the calls.
Yeah, I think there was an automated call system, and in fact, my office received a call as well.
Yes, yes.
And I don't have any students. So yeah, I think there's...
We'll pass that on about the guidance counselors
okay.
helping. Okay,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Senator Taitui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to make it short. In the meantime, could I have Ina come back up to the table for any questions? My question is that Mr. Ho. Mr. Ho, thank you for coming here and stating your case in front of us. Is it true that your situation on the payment of your company is in litigation right now with DOE?
No, actually, I've been in business for the last 40 years, just 37 years on Guam. I've never filed a lawsuit against anybody first time. So, but actually, this gentleman just mentioned that there is a little bit of limbo because there is no proper document in place. I understand his concern, but substance over form. So based upon our dialogue, and we do have an evidence that Dr. Swanson confirmed those work, and they were just looking for a funding, but because they have to meet the public health inspection, they asked us to continue the process, which we did. So I don't know exactly what was the cutoff of the delivery time for those major activity. It could be actually in 2024. For sure, it was done in, before the end of 2025. So I don't believe that that's an issue, but I do understand there is a hiccup because of the funding. They couldn't finalize the change order document. But the execution has been done, and it was requested by the GDOE. But I need to know the direction, because we've been waiting for almost 2 years, because we started the project in 2024. We need to know. We cannot just wait for too long. I don't know how many companies on island can sustain when there is a $20 million unpaid invoice. We need to have a direction.
Well, it sounds to me, Mr. Ho, that just hearing from Mr. Leon Guerrero, he's saying it's in litigation. And whenever you have anything going to litigation, you should not be talking about it because it could be used against you in court as well as DOE. So if there is some kind of litigation going on, I think it would be, you know, the right thing to do for DOE to let this vendor know that the plan is to take it to litigation or not, and not just keep hanging, letting these vendors hang until they give up, you know. And I don't think, you know, we should be, you know, business partners that way at all with anybody, especially with DOE. So is the plan to take this through litigation, Mr. Leon Guerrero?
Well, all I can tell you is what I've been told. It's not in the courts, so we're not in the courts. We're in lawyers' offices, and we're in GOD lawyers'
So
offices.
it's on the way.
It's.
You're talking to lawyers.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, well, we're talking to our lawyers. No,
Right,
we have
right. You're
DOE
talking
lawyers,
to lawyers. Okay.
and we have advice from our lawyers, and that legal advice right now is to hold because of the inaccuracy of the documentation for payment.
Well, okay.
Because of the change orders were not executed and you cannot modify a contract that is expired, all these legal reasons are advising me to hold.
Okay, if you've been talking to legal, what is their advice now to you? Is it to go to court or what?
The advice right now from legal is to hold, pending further discussions, and you know, the facts are the facts. That contract is closed. That contract did not have the change orders. The question becomes, what do we do now? Just what Mr. Ho said. Legally speaking, we can't modify a contract that's closed. So anything that was beyond the scope of work is challengeable. So what he's requesting right now is for payment for work that is beyond the scope of work.
Okay.
So where do we go from here? That's a good question. But right now, my guidance was to hold.
Well, I think DOE should do the decency, at least notifying the vendor of what your plan is moving forward, so that they can also prepare themselves if they feel that they've been wronged, and to move forward. Okay, so let's hopefully you guys will do that soon.
All right.
To not leave anybody hanging this long. It's been quite a while. Ms. Aina Lee, thank you so much for being here. I know that another company is having issues with payment. It's under the charter school. And you mentioned that you did see the attorney from the charter schools, Jackie Trelahi, is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
I-
So if they're telling you to see her, what has come about from it, or are you actually asking DOE to pay for that cost?
We met several times with Attorney Tulai, but she was on maternity leave like 2 years ago, so it was like layoff for like 6 or 7 months, and then Tim Roberts, he passed away, but he was in charge of handling all the vendors' payment. But Samjin was not suing the GAGs. They waited until they were going to settle. But Tim Roberts passed away, so he was left behind. So we sent a message and letter delivered to the Guam Charter School, but they referred to the Jackie Tolai, and they keep saying that the contract was expired because of the time that she left for maternity leaves, and the person that was handling the attorney, Tim Roberts, passed away. So there's a timeline that was left behind. But we are trying to negotiate so that they can pay without going on lawsuit or legal counsel.
Okay, so you're not here asking DOE to pay for this obligation?
If they can help.
Okay, so let me help you there. Let me help you there. Madam Superintendent, you've heard what happened here, the issue with the charter school. Is DOE obligated or responsible for this bill, or you have no plans whatsoever to pay it, or do you have plans to pay it? Can you give us an answer so that the good woman, Aina Lee, can get some direction, at least knowing what DOE is going to do to help them?
Well, no, DOE is not involved in this at all.
Okay.
The contract was between GACS and Samjin.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so I wanted you to make sure you hear from DOE today while you come before us, so you have that answer. So I hope those who came today to try and seek some clarity, it was done through them. So I wish you the very best. And of course, our doors are always open if you have any concerns that we can maybe guide you in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Taitui. I think at this time, we're just going to go ahead and recess this oversight hearing and reconvene at a later time to address some of the follow-up stuff. I know it probably won't be till after budget session. So we'll just recess for now, and then we'll send a notice out on the items that we'll need for the follow-up, probably late July, right before, especially around Simon Sanchez and the reopening of schools, if that's okay, Madam Superintendent. I know you don't like this. I don't like it either. But at this time, we'll just go ahead and recess and reconvene this oversight hearing at the end of July, pending budget session, and we'll definitely put it out, meeting the 5-day notice. This oversight hearing is adjourned. Thank you.